that cape that looks like a... Could have been probably AI generated picture, but I don't know. I just know what she is. I think she tried to get on your channel, Brooke.
Hey, I'm live right now, so I'll see you in the chat. Okay.
Bye.
Woohoo! How is everyone doing? We are live and shit on a Saturday. All right, let's get this turned up. See what they're going to do. How was everyone's Friday night? Well, we had sound a couple seconds ago. Where's the sound? Let me check. Okay, seems that they're all muted. You know, you just can't make people come in on a Saturday and not be ready for business, if you know what I mean. I'm just fixing some stuff in my studio. Hey, Connie, how are you? Pat Case said Friday night she binged on Scottish detective shows. She said, I understand half of what they say, LOL. For real. Just Me said, did you hear her attorney's interview? Well, I heard about it. Let's look at it. All right, this is from WJHL.
Today marked the third day in Megan Boswell's murder trial. Thank you for joining us this evening. I'm Terry Craig. Today's session covered more witnesses in the death of 15-month-old Evelyn Boswell, who was at the height of an Amber Alert in 2020 and was later found dead that year. The person accused being her mother, Megan Boswell. She's the only person facing charges in the death of Evelyn and has remained in the Sullivan County Jail since. Today, the court interviewed multiple witnesses once again. The court began this morning with more witnesses who knew Megan Boswell. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel has been in Blountville at the courthouse since the trial began, and she's there now live to give us an update. Ansley?
Yeah, Terry, court actually just wrapped up a few moments ago, but I'm standing here with Megan Boswell's attorney, Gene Scott.
She looks so cute with straight hair. I just think she's adorable. Cuter than a bug's ear.
Thank you so much for joining us again today.
Oh, you're welcome.
Well, first off, let's talk about the mistrial issue. Earlier, you made a motion for a mistrial. Do you think that there could be an issue with evidence that could come up again?
I think we sorted that out after we talked about the motion. My investigator and investigator for the DA's office went through the evidence in question. I think everything is sorted out at this point.
Now, earlier we heard from Ethan Perry. He took the stand today, who we now know is not Evelyn's father. Who is her dad?
I think that information is in the record and will come out, but I think I'd rather wait till it's said in open court.
Okay. So they know who the daddy is. And he said it's going to come out in open court.
And let's also talk about how everyone that testified today said Megan stopped bringing Evelyn around at one point and then she changed. What exactly happened there?
I suspect it's going to show that, in fact, she does stop bringing Evelyn around the time she passed away. And I think a lot of people expect you to react in a certain way when someone dies, and no one acts the same. There's not an appropriate way to grieve. People grieve in different ways. I think one of the most telling things today was Miss Stacy said that Megan seemed numb. She initially said she was emotionless, but then she later said she seemed numb.
And let's also talk about when you were cross-examining Randy Wood. That was another witness that came in today. You asked him if his son Hunter had mentioned that someone could read his mind or take his thoughts. And then you said something about tinfoil. Where were you going with that?
I was just exploring what his mental state was at the time that he was around Megan, and I'll bring that back around later in the trial.
And I know that we are in day 3, and it appears that Megan is, conversing with you and active in this. Is that, kind of what your strategy is? Is she active with you in this defense?
She's taking an active role in her own defense. She's looking at evidence. She's making suggestions. So, yeah, she's very active.
And, we also know that day 1, she was pretty emotional and things have kind of seemed to level out with the evidence there. But what are her emotions like right now?
I'm sure she's scared. I don't know how it would feel to have a child die and then to be blamed for it. So I can't say exactly what her emotions are.
And, I always, want to ask you, day 3, exactly, what do you want folks to know as we're, into today and after hearing the testimony that came out today?
I think what I want folks to know is this is a long process and the evidence is just finally starting to come out after 5 years. And I think people's opinions will change of Megan.
All right. Is there anything else you want folks to know about your client?
No.
All right, Jean, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. And, court is actually going to resume tomorrow. It's going to resume at 10:30 in the morning. We were told beforehand that this case was going to be about 3 weeks long and would go on Saturdays. Well, tomorrow we will pick back up with testimony in the morning. Terry?
All right, Nancy, thank you so much.
Woo! That's a lot. That is a lot. Not going to lie. I've got to put up my fair use sticker right there. Wow. I will say yesterday, Randy Wood's testimony, I about shit a whole bag of frozen peas. I couldn't believe it. And in the midst of all this selfishness, substance abuse, and new love, a little baby girl, it's not detected that she was gone.
Here, Effie, send her.
Gregory! Oh, those are my favorite. Thank you, honey. Okay, I'll be right back. My husband just got home. He got me a cake that says Go Chiefs. It's a chocolate chip cake. And some yellow roses. Woo! Woo! And look at this. Look at this. Angel P gifted 5 Crime Lines and Lies memberships. Who got one? All right, they're coming back in. I'm checking every channel. they bring people in on a Saturday and they can't even get their stuff straight. My goodness. Jen C said, yes, Brooks, go Chiefs. Now you got to thank him. I thanked him this morning. Oh, yes, I did. I was in such a hurry, I didn't even take my pajama top off. He got a big thank you this morning. Gregory, what are you doing? Oh, Gregory. Hang on, let me go check on his ass. I'll be back in a second. Susan said Brooks was playing lumberjack. Something like that. Okay, lumberjack from the side, if you know what I mean. Hang on, I'll put these flowers in water. I'll be right back.
Stay ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Get ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The jury's ready to bring them in.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, when we left, I gave you certain admonitions. Does any juror have anything to report about those admonitions? If you do, raise your hand. Let the record reflect that none of the jurors raised their hand. General, turn to
State would call Steve Williams.
Steve.
raise your hand. State your name.
Steve Williams?
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and the truth. So
Yes, sir, I do.
Good morning.
Morning.
Scoot up close to the mic. Speak up loud.
Okay,
Thank you. There you go. You're Steve Williams, is that correct?
that's correct.
And you were previously employed with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. How long were you employed there?
Just under 34 years.
So back in February of 2020, were you working at the Sheriff's Office?
That's correct, sir.
And what was your position or assignment there within the Sheriff's Office?
I was lieutenant over criminal investigations.
And during that time in February of 2020, did you assist in the investigation of a missing child by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I did.
And specifically, did you participate in interviewing the defendant?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, at the time at which you interviewed Miss Boswell, had other detectives already spoken with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you aware, did you know what she had already told them?
Yes.
All right. So what was the information or what did you know about Evelyn's disappearance and Miss Boswell's involvement before you went in to talk with her?
I just knew that she had told that her daughter was missing, that it come in through DCS that her daughter was missing. And we was trying to follow up on her daughter being missing.
Okay. Where did you talk with her?
At the sheriff's office in criminal investigations division in the interview room.
Okay. And this interview room, does it have the ability to sit outside and listen to the interview as they're going on?
Yes.
All right. Did you listen to the interviews that were done by the other detectives?
Some of them and parts of them. I can't say I heard every one of them.
All right. And is this interview room located over at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
And is that here in Blumpville and Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
When you went in to speak with her, let me ask you this, what was your approach in speaking with her? Did you take a different tack than the other detectives had taken, or?
Well, I just went in and was just being nice to her and trying to talk with her. I reckon you'd say civilly and not browbeat her or anything.
All right. And was your interview with her recorded?
Yes, sir.
And prior to coming to court here today, did you have a chance to watch that interview?
Yes.
And was it a true and accurate recording of that interview that you had with Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to move to introduce that as exhibits 182.
No objection.
Before the end of the meeting.
And at this time, I would ask to play that for the jury.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Steve Williams. Hold on just a second, okay? I'm going.
I can't go nowhere.
They've been talking to you about your child, right?
Yeah.
And where's the last time you saw your child? I'm coming on to tell them.
Right after Christmas.
Where?
Ethan.
Okay. And you say Ethan, does that mean Ethan's in Louisiana or Ethan's?
In Bluntville. Like I told him, I don't know.
I'm breaking in for a second if you all want to hear me argue with my husband about how hot it is in the house. Greg, I turned the heat down. Greg, come in here and say hi to everyone.
Happy Saturday, everyone.
I don't know if Greg is in menopause or what's going on, but he's like, it's just way too hot in here. It's just way too hot in here. Oh, it's just way too hot in here. Gotta be kidding me. All right, back to the trial.
If he took and dropped her off somewhere right after I dropped her to him, but I don't know what's going on.
Where did you give her to Ethan at?
Bluntville. I was grandparents' house.
Okay. And what's his grandparents' name?
I know his grandma's name is Sherry, but I do not know his grandpa's name.
Okay. Have you ever been there?
Once or twice.
And you've met him?
I've met Carl.
And that's his grandfather?
Yes.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tell you I didn't know his name, but as soon as you asked me, it spit right on my mouth.
that's no problem.
Am I asking me questions here all night?
No. We'll be done in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Why, you in a hurry?
I mean, like, no, but if they're going to keep questioning me and keeping me lying, like I want an attorney.
Okay.
Because I'm not lied to them.
Okay. Well, do you want to talk to me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the last time you saw your child was at Ethan's, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you took your child to Ethan's grandparents' house, correct?
Right, but I never walked in. We stood in the driveway.
Okay. And what was you driving?
I was driving my Cruise. I don't have anymore. It was a red 2018 Cruise. It's like a little Chevy sedan.
Yeah. Okay. And was Ethan staying there?
I mean, I guess he was. I don't know. He just had me come up there.
Did you see Ethan there?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see his grandfather there?
No. Me and Ethan stood outside and talked. Kind of like away from the house.
Okay.
Like the house was like over here where he parked his car was like towards the trees of the house. And we were standing like towards this side of his car.
Okay. And you dropped that bomb.
Mm-hmm.
And
Put the car in his car and everything.
what kind of car was he driving?
A 2018 Nissan Versa. It's black.
Okay. And then that was Christmas Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then after Christmas Day, do you communicate with him
He won't talk to me.
But
On New Year's Eve, and sort of on New Year's, I guess, me and him argue back and forth.
on text message or,
No,
or actual?
On the phone.
Okay. So actually talking.
Yes. He would get mad and hang up, and I'd call back, and he'd answer for a little bit, get mad and hang up, and just quit answering.
Did he say he had Evelyn in?
Yes. And I left him tons of voicemails, and I was like, look, like, if you want me to leave where I'm at, like, I'll come spend New Year's with you and Evelyn, like, I just want to be there as a family, you know what I mean? But I'll come to where you are.
Where was he at?
I think he was at his friend's house.
Who's his friend?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Friend around here or friend?
Friend around here.
Okay. And you don't know who his friend is?
He doesn't tell me anything.
Okay. How long have y'all dated before?
Like 3 years, maybe 4.
Okay. But you didn't
3
know
years,
his-
yeah.
And you didn't know his friend?
No, I was never allowed to be around any of his friends.
And then, did you ever call him and say, hey, where's Evelyn? It's been,
I've tried to
2
call
weeks.
and he won't answer. I would leave voice messages, he wouldn't call back. And honestly, like I was telling them, like I had Evelyn for like over a year and he never checked on her and I had to support her by myself. So when I got up here, I was like, you can take care of your daughter for a little bit. Not that I don't love my daughter, want to be with her, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, you don't help me at all. Like I want you to see how it feels, no help.
so he didn't help you financially or
No.
taking care of her?
No.
He was in the military.
Yeah, like he would never even be like, hey, like, is she okay? Or like try to check on her, help me at all.
Does
You
he
know,
live in a house down there?
I don't know.
And you don't know where she's at? And the last time you saw her was Christmas? Right.
Right.
Have you went to his grandparents' house? and
Yeah, but nobody was there when I went.
Okay. Have you called them and asked them where she's at? Okay. And what brought you here today?
I guess my dad called.
So you still haven't heard from her, but somebody's called about her,
Yeah.
right? And you have no idea where she's at? Okay. Have you tried to find her?
I mean, yeah, like I called, you won't answer me. I didn't know he went back to the army until today. Like that was news to me when they came in here like, oh, he's from Louisiana.
Have you went to court
No.
to try?
To be honest with you, I was really trying to be civil over it, and like I said, I supported her for like over a year, and I was like, if he wants to keep her for a little bit, like that's fine by me, you know what I'm saying? My mom had a baby when I was like 12, 13, I don't remember if she was 13, so I guess I was 12. And like I had to basically raise him. She knows when I was 15, like I had to basically raise her, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It was like I had 3 kids all the time.
Okay.
And I was like, it's his kid, if he wants to keep her for a little bit, like, by all means, you know what I mean? I'm all for it. And like I said, something I don't love Evelyn or want to be with her, but it's just, you know what I mean? It is what it is.
Does he have a girlfriend?
Ethan? He might, I don't know, he used to. She lived in like, I don't know if they were dating, let me take that back. He was talking to her, but she lived in like really sketchy apartment in Kingsway, like the government housing one. I'll say her cloud, but I guess that's torn down, so I don't know.
You don't know?
Mm-mm.
So if you was guessing where she was at, where would you say she was at?
I don't know if he dropped her off somewhere or somebody or what he did, so I don't know.
Well, but they have to be somebody he trusted to
Right.
drop her off. So who would you think that he would trust us besides his grandma?
I don't really know, to be honest.
From Louisiana.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it right there for a minute. Chrissy said everyone needs to know about the roasted garlic you were talking about.
Oh, you guys heard that?
And now Greg wants to talk to everybody about the Worcestershire sauce that he found. It's made in New Orleans.
Yeah, there's only one Who's Your Sister sauce that's in creation. I don't ever substitute Lee and Perrons ever, unless it's a small batch, really high-end quality Who's Your Sister sauce. And I was so excited I found this one. It's from New Orleans, Louisiana. And since the Chiefs are winning the Super Bowl this year in New Orleans, I'm doing everything New Orleans this weekend. And it's called Wine and Pepper Worcestershire sauce. I'm very excited to try it, and I'll let you know when I sample it and let you guys know. But I think it's going to be a hit.
I think so too. You weren't very excited about the wings that I'm marinating right now. Oh,
Leave the wings to me.
denied.
Hi, Pete. What are you doing?
This is when I need to use the camera.
What are you doing in the garage?
If you'd seen his face, because I got this Caribbean jerk sauce and I just put it on the wings, put it in the refrigerator. His face about fell off, and he goes, "That's
Did you
not."
see this? This is going in my jambalaya egg rolls.
Hatch diced tomatoes and green chili.
That's going in the
It
jambalaya.
says queso ready. Let's make some government queso.
Well, the rest can go in there. I'm not going to use the whole can. And then this is my favorite shit in the whole world.
Chili garlic sauce.
Yep, I don't know how to pronounce it in Chinese, but it's super good.
Well, you don't speak Chinese, Greg.
I don't. That's why it just says garlic chili sauce, but it's super good.
You don't speak Chinese.
It's the same company that makes sriracha. It's got the red cock on there.
Sriracha, and it's got a red cock on there.
Yeah, it's the red cock.
That's called gonorrhea, Greg. That's called gonorrhea.
Honest with you, I didn't know he really talked to his grandparents that much. Ethan never told me anything about his personal life. Like, especially after he got in the army, like, he's just not talking about it. I don't care how much I cried, he just was not talking about it, to be honest with you. And also, when he comes in the army, he'd go like months without talking to me.
Well,
Before and after I had him.
well, if you're in the military, sometimes you're out in the field and stuff like that. You can't just.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but sometimes he would just get mad and just not talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Like long periods of time. And I know that wouldn't be.
Right. Okay. So if you could help us right now find her, where would you tell us to look?
I don't know who Ethan hangs out with.
Does he have Facebook?
Yeah.
Does he put a lot of stuff on Facebook?
Not really.
Do you have Facebook?
Mhm.
Do you have communicating on Facebook?
He does not respond. I think he blocked me on Facebook now. He blocked me on Instagram. So he didn't want to talk to me.
Did you participate in any other interviews with the defendant?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything else as far as the investigation was concerned?
I assisted other officers in the investigation.
You continue to do other things?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
No, I didn't know that, Gregory. So our girl is back. My plum princess, look at her. OMG. She's there on a Saturday and she's done with the bullshit. I had 2 orders yesterday for my plum princess t-shirt. You guys are amazing. Low quality items at regular prices. You know how to shop. Nufflin said Brooks told me no trial today. Well, they surprised us for sure, didn't they?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything else as far as the investigation was concerned?
I assisted other officers in the investigation.
Okay. You continue to do other things?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Good. Thank you for asking. What time did you take this interview?
I don't recall what time of day it was. I think it was in the evening.
Okay.
It's
my understanding at this point that Megan had been interviewed by Tracy Haraz, a DCS worker, and then later by Michelle Gillen, and then you. Is that correct?
I couldn't tell you the exact order of the people who went in and interviewed before me or after me. I can't tell you that. I don't know.
Your interview and those other interviews that day, they were basically a continuation of the same interview with different people. Was that?
There were several officers and agents that or several officers that interviewed that day.
Okay, but was it basically a continuation? I've talked to her, now you go talk to her and see if you get more.
Yes.
At one point, she asked you for an attorney.
No, sir.
But you didn't feel like she did?
No, sir. She said, if this happens, I want an attorney.
Okay.
She didn't say I want an attorney. She said, if this happens, I want an attorney.
You had instructed her not to go anywhere?
The sheriff's office is a secure facility, and we can't have people walking up and down the halls of the sheriff's office.
Okay, so she wasn't free to leave the room she was in.
If she wanted,
Well,
Overruled for now.
after she asked for an attorney, let me ask you this. Had she been Mirandized?
yes, she had.
Did you do that?
No,
Do you know who did?
no, sir.
How do you know she had?
Because we'd seen the interview. And we wouldn't be in there talking to her if she hadn't been Mirandized.
But you don't know who did it, and you can't say that you did it.
I can say that I didn't do it.
You can say that you didn't do it, right?
That's correct.
But you can't say who did.
No, sir.
And as it relates to her question for an attorney, this will be kind of my last question on that. You didn't stop questioning her. You said, do you want to talk to me? You continued asking her questions, correct?
That's correct, because she never asked for an attorney.
Was that the entirety of the interview we saw?
Yes, I was walking out the door and she asked me if she needed an attorney, and I can't answer that for her.
So she asked you about that again?
She asked me if she needed one, and I can't answer that for her. She's 18, old enough to go in the military, old enough to fight in war, so I can't answer that for her. She's an adult.
What time did you come on shift that day? Do you know?
I usually come to work at 8 o'clock, but I can't tell you that day. It was probably 8 a.m.
I'm just trying to nail down the time period.
It would have probably been in the evening if I was guessing, late afternoon.
By late afternoon, you mean before 6 o'clock?
It would have been right around 6 o'clock if I was guessing that day.
Okay. Mr. Williams, thank you for being here. It's good to see you.
Yes, sir. You too.
You read it? There you go. Is he for you guy? Yes. Let's stay. Yes, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Your religion and understanding is ready to go.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
State would call Joey Strickler.
Raise your hand. State your name.
Joseph Strickler.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell us your, actually just spell your last name for us for the record?
Strickler, Strickler.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
The Second Judicial District, District Attorney General's Office.
How long have you been employed there?
Since September of 2021.
Okay. And what is your title there?
Victim Witness Coordinator.
Okay. And prior to that, were you employed in law enforcement?
Yes. Sullivan, excuse
Okay,
me.
go ahead. Tell me where. Yeah.
Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. What was your title at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office?
Captain over Criminal Investigations.
Okay. And how long had you been captain of criminal investigations?
I was with the department for 30 years before I retired, and two different occasions. It was several years.
Okay. So could you give the jury just a brief rundown of your experience with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office?
I started out in as a when I graduated from college, I started out as a corrections officer and worked my way up to a patrolman, and from patrolman went into detective division, and then worked my way up through the ranks there to being a captain over the criminal investigation division.
Right. And were you employed in that capacity in late 2019 and early 2020?
Yes, I was.
Did you assist in working the case of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Do you recall what your role was in this investigation?
Was the captain over criminal investigations. My main duty was administrative, and basically what I was doing was being a conduit between our agency and the FBI, the TBI, the district attorney's office, the staff and command of the sheriff's office, and also helping out any way that I can with making sure they had the resources they needed and the manpower.
Okay. So you're essentially a liaison between the different agencies that were working this investigation.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you personally interview Megan Boswell at some point?
Yes, I did.
And was that on February 20th of 2020?
Yes, it was.
Okay. That day, did you conduct more than one interview of the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
2.
Okay. To your knowledge, and you may not know this, had the defendant been interviewed by anyone else that day prior to you speaking with her?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Where did these interviews take place?
The Sullivan County Sheriff's Office Detective Division's interview room.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
Was the interview video and audio recorded?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And who was present during the interview?
Myself and Miss Boswell.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity prior to court to fully watch both interviews in their entirety?
Yes.
Okay. So first we'll go to the first video. Is that a fair, since you've watched it, is it a fair and accurate representation of the first interview you conducted with Megan Boswell on February 20th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 183.
Any objection? No, sir.
And then permission to play it at this time for the jury.
Just 1 second.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, I'm Joey Strickler. I'm the captain of criminal investigations. They called your boyfriend Hunter,
Yeah,
and he's supposed to be, I reckon he's supposed to be coming to big jail. So,
I was wondering if my mom didn't.
oh, you want your mom, not him?
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that. Take care of
Okay,
that.
well, can I ask you something you answer me honestly? Okay, so like when I got another cop's car, he was telling me like Hunter had like orders of protection against him or like domestic assault or something.
I can find out. I don't know.
Can you tell me that?
Oh, I could tell you that if I knew it, but I can find out for you.
Can you?
Sure.
I mean, I'm not trying to mean like he does, like I just really like don't want to be around that kind of person, you know what I mean?
I don't blame you.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find out for you. Be right back. They're calling right now.
But no, no long maybe.
Yeah, I can do that, yeah. You know, I've been watching, you know, those videotapes. I've been watching it. I've been doing this a long time. I've been a cop for 30 years. And it breaks my heart to see a young lady like you, and you have a child. We don't know where it's at.
Did you watch me cry? I was trying not to cry for them.
That's okay, though. That's okay, okay? Because the fact of the matter is, you give a Maggie, that, that precious little baby somewhere, I don't know. And I honestly believe, I want to believe that you would tell us in a heartbeat if you knew where that child was at. And is there any way that you can think, maybe help me to find that little baby?
I really don't know what song to tell you.
That's okay. That's okay. Okay? It's okay. I know you've not seen her in a while. And I know, we've been talking to we've had him on the phone. We've had his captain on the phone. And we've been talking and trying to find his baby. Is there any way that somebody has that baby that's a friend of yours or a family member that's afraid that if they're afraid to tell us, or they're afraid that you'll tell us, so they want to keep.
I don't know if you know that I dropped her off somewhere what happened. I was trying really hard to cry, but I was like thinking about her. I dropped her off, and she's asked what she's wearing and stuff like that, and I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. I understand. Please, we're just trying to find out what happened to that little thing. And, I'm a daddy, and it breaks my heart to know that this child could be with someone that don't love it, that don't take care of it, or God forbid something bad's happened to that baby. And, the thing about it is, everybody's going to point back to you because you're the mama, and you're the mama that let the baby go. When I say let the baby go, I mean, you're the one that took the baby and said, here.
I know, but I was scared to her dad, and I thought it'd be okay.
You say you thought it'd be okay. Do you think something's happened to it?
I mean, no, but I didn't think that, I wasn't going to see her for months at a time or something like that. What I did, when I started happening, I was like, oh, well, I don't want to be my mom just to try to, solve myself. I don't want to do that, I don't want to be that person who does all that, you know what I mean? And, I just learned her for over a year by myself. And I was like, if he wants to keep her for a little bit, it's fine.
But how old are you, Max?
18.
You're just a young lady yourself. You're a brand new mama, and you just don't live in a different world, buddy. And I can understand you feeling that way and saying, hey, I just want a little bit of time to myself, a little bit of time to be me before I have to be a mama. And you had all these things that happened so quick to you, it's, bless your heart. My heart goes out to you, but I'm telling you, we've got to find that little thing. We've got to find her. And do you remember when she broke her arm? Somebody said she broke her arm.
I don't know if she actually broke her arm or not. I just know it was bruised. I never saw it. So I don't know.
You never saw the bruise?
No.
Did this happen after you gave her to Okay, okay. Well, now, when they say that you dropped the baby off at his parents,
His grandparents.
his
Me and
grandparents,
him stood outside, we didn't go in,
and where was the baby at?
on my hip. And then I let her kind of like go to him to get used to him. And I stayed about 30 minutes and she was fine. So I was
So okay, did the grandparents ever come out?
No.
They never really come out?
like, no.
Okay. And then that was the last time you seen her?
No, I saw her the next day.
You went back and seen her the
This
next
first day, and Ethan brought it to it, he told me to leave.
Okay, who was with you when you went back?
It was just me.
Just you. Now, was you dating anybody during that time after you left?
Hunter, but I didn't really tell me and Ethan were into it.
Okay, so you went from Ethan to Hunter. Okay. Okay, how long do you know Ethan? Can you tell me a little bit about him? I mean,
I met him
know
my
what
freshman year of high school,
where'd you go to school at?
Central.
Okay. Okay, so you just graduated last year?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, wow. And where'd you meet Ethan at?
At school.
So he went to Central also. Okay. And then he joined the Army, is that correct? Okay. So the last time you seen your daughter was sometime around Christmas, the day after that you dropped him off, you went and he didn't want to let you talk with her, be with her or anything. Was there a confrontation or anything? He just basically ran you off or say, hey, you're not talking to my
I mean, he just basically ran me off.
Okay. When you all met down in El Paso, when you went down there, did you all just meet down there and you turn around and come back home with
No,
him?
I stayed for a little bit. He didn't come back home until a couple weeks after.
So did you bring the baby back with you? You had the baby with you and you
Yeah.
brought it back, okay. And then where was you staying at that time?
My dad went to trailer park and I was staying in one of his trailers.
Okay, okay. And your dad's
Tommy.
Tommy, okay. So you were staying at these trailers and in the trailer park, where's that located at?
Do you know where Sugar Hollow Road is?
I sure
It's like
do.
on the corner of Sugar Hollow and Buffalo.
Oh, yeah, I know where that's at.
They're like stores used across from it.
Yeah, that's up there close to Mooney's, the restaurant, or the little restaurant place.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, so you stayed there and then you moved down to there and moved in with Hunter?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Hunter ever see the baby?
Yeah.
Ever see
Not
it?
much, I won't lie to you, just because
Well,
I'm
that's
nervous
fine.
about bringing Evelyn around people, and you know what I'm saying?
I understand that.
And also at the time, I'm not gonna lie, like Hunter told me he's on probation, we didn't tell me before, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, iffy on who I bring her around, you know what I mean?
Okay. So you was thinking that you were doing the best for your baby by
Not having her around.
him and
And I know that sounds bad, but like now that I know him better, I don't think he's that person, don't get me wrong, you know what I'm saying? But I only known him at like a couple of weeks when I moved in with him, you know, when I was kind of like taking me out, you know,
okay.
they really having a real good.
But that led you to, I guess what I'm trying to say though is, that was a natural route for you to go as far as if you wanted someone to watch Evelyn was take her to Ethan,
Yeah, her dad.
her dad. Okay. Okay. Wow. We're fixing to send out what's called a nationwide alert. So we're trying to find this baby and, I don't know what's going to happen. I just pray to the good Lord above that we're going to find her, and we're going to find her alive, and find her well taken care of. Because I've been doing this a long time, and the worst thing that's ever had to deal with is the death of a child, or a baby that's been hurt, or a baby that's been abused. And I have a lot of nightmares about that, and it's been too many to count through the years. And all I want to do is stand up for that little baby that may not be able to stand right now. And I need your help. I do. I need your help. And if you can think of any way, fashion, or form, to know where that baby's at, or where, just to point me in the right direction, please tell me. Please tell me. I want to bring it back in. Bring her back in.
I don't know.
Is there any way that can you tell me a reason why that you didn't reach out since Christmas to the family to try to find Evelyn and talk to her? Just eat up and even put her on the phone, let me speak to her.
Because I was really just trying to resolve two meetings, to be honest with you.
You was what?
Just trying to resolve it between these two.
So, tell me what you think. What do you think happened?
I don't know. If you take her, he's got to drop with someone else.
You think you may have hurt her?
No.
Did you hurt her?
No.
Would Hunter hurt her?
No. He doesn't get like mad and like threaten me all the time, but he never actually like did anything. You know what I mean?
Did he ever show any aggression or anger toward your little baby?
Nothing I know of, no.
You never seen that?
No.
You said that she had a bruise on her arm earlier. How did she? Do you know how that bruise happened? That you think is?
She fell off the bed. That's what I was told.
Where at?
And Ethan.
Did that happen? Did you ever see the bruise and stuff? You never did see the bruise with the broke arm or anything like that. So you did have some telephone conversation apparently with Ethan about her.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is weird because we think that we're being told.
All right. Word to the wise from the unwise, which is me. Nobody threatened her. No. And I can tell you right now, we have some amazing, amazing mamas in here that no threat in the world would make them harm their child. What the hell is going on? I do have some breaking news from Greg right now. We are talking about raising chickens, and he is going to put a chicken coop on a bicycle.
No, silly. No. You take the chicken coop and you build a chicken coop out of fencing around the outside. You make an enclosure. You put a coop inside of it. You raise it up off the ground. And then you put 4 bicycle wheels, like 10-speed wheels on the outside of it. And then every couple days you move it. You let the chickens out to go do their chicken stuff during the day.
Their chicken stuff? What is chicken stuff?
They go out and peck and eat bugs and stuff like that.
Okay, so where the fuck are you getting the bicycle tires?
Right at the junkyard or something.
At the junkyard? Okay,
Sure,
that's
they
gonna
got
look.
bicycle tires. They're like 10-speed tires.
Yeah.
So you basically, it's a great way because the chickens, if they stay in one spot, their poop stays there. They just ruin the ground, but they're actually beneficial because they actually will poo and stuff like that in that area. But if every week or so, if you move it around your yard, they don't keep ruining the same area because they scratch. And you move them around, they actually will fertilize the area and eat all the bugs and ticks in the area too.
Yep, Virginia Woolf just said movable chicken coop so you can move it to fertilize the ground.
Thank you. Thank you. There's another genius in the crowd. Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm
Gen
looking
Z
excited
said
because I'm sick and tired of spending $5 for fucking eggs. That's why.
Well, they're going to have to come in. The chickens are going to have to come in and play with OJ.
They're not coming in the house. Chickens don't come out.
Oh, I'm telling you something right now.
My rooster will, because I'm getting a rooster. Want to know what his name is going to be?
What?
Cletus.
You like the name Cletus?
That's what my rooster is going to be named. Is
Your
Cletus.
rooster?
Yeah.
Are you going to watch the chickens do their chicken stuff? Because, I mean, they have to have sex at some point to get all these eggs.
I'm not really. No,
Okay.
no. You don't need a rooster to make eggs.
Mhm.
Chickens will just lay eggs. If you get good laying eggs or hens, they'll lay eggs. They don't need the rooster's only there to protect the hens and fertilize the eggs, but we don't want them to fertilize because we don't need them to make more chickens. We just want eggs.
Mhm.
So like they got like those I think they're called rock jerseys. I think they're jerseys. They lay a bunch of eggs and they're white. They're nice ones. But then I like those other chickens that got feathery feet. I forget what their names are too, but they're nice.
I think those are some kind of like inbred chickens.
No, they're not. They're show chickens. They
No.
got yes, they
Yeah,
do. They
no,
have
they're not.
feathery
No.
feet. Yes,
I mean,
they do.
unless you're at a place where they're like
I'll bring my
cockfighting.
I'll bring my chickens to the state fair. I'll have champion chickens.
Okay,
That would be
super.
fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jen C said, "Stop! My husband just said he's making our shed a chicken coop. What the hell?"
Excellent. Good for
Mm-hmm.
him. We'll have him call me. We'll talk. I need to figure out things. Well, we need a chicken coalition. Power to the chickens. Yes, we're not paying $5 for eggs no more.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this. I'm really I'm just trying to figure out what part of the yard your chicken coop's going to look the best
It'll
in.
be all around the yard. It'll be all around the yard. It just moves. You move it.
Okay, that's so good. I'm so happy about this. Are we?
Yeah, you'll be happy because they'll fertilize because there's a chicken shit has tons of nitrogen in it. It'll make the grass grow crazy green.
Okay.
Did you know that chicken shit has tons of nitrogen in it?
No, I didn't. I really don't know that much about chicken
I
shit.
do. I know about chicken shit.
Okay.
But it's not really good for when you're putting in the garden because if you put chicken shit and you don't blend it with other things, the nitrogen's too high and it'll make the plants grow super green and super tall, but it won't produce fruit. So you have to put more phosphorus in there and nitrogen.
Where the fuck do you get all this information? What the hell are you doing?
Believe it or not,
You don't know a goddamn thing about chickens, Greg.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Well, then how would I know that chicken shit's high in nitrogen? How would I know this?
Okay.
How would I
Okay,
know this?
I'll just stop.
Believe it or not, Brooks, I did grow up working farms, okay? I know. Yeah, pig shit's really good though too if you use pig shit.
Thank you, Just Me. She said you're a chicken shit inspector.
Yeah.
Pat K said he's an encyclopedia. Mhm.
Worthless knowledge. My brain is full of worthless knowledge. Like I can talk about mushrooms all day long too.
You don't, Greg.
Yeah, cremini mushrooms.
I know,
are
just like
fantastic.
yesterday in chat, you were saying things to people about schizophrenia.
I
You
know
don't-
about schizophrenia.
You don't fucking know about
Yes, I do. I'm
schizophrenia.
100% correct. Ask
No, they
anybody.
don't.
Yes, I am. Yeah, Dr. Riancha taught me everything about schizophrenia.
Yeah. Suck my dick, Greg. That didn't happen. All right, let's go back to the trial.
Oh, so I don't know Dr. Riancha.
How old is that? He's like, I'm not saying it.
He has bigger, I swear to you, he has.
When you last time you seen that little thing,
On Christmas Eve, he had her then, I had her for a little bit on Christmas. So me and my family and son went fishing forage every seventh night. And came back Christmas Day, and I got her stuff that I got her. And I got, like something my brother got her and stuff, and I took it to him.
they're on, off of Hartown. Did you get to see her that day?
I
What
had
did
it
you
for a
take?
couple hours.
What did you take to her that day?
I don't know what my brother got her, but I got her like a little horse and like baby shark stuff and clothes and stuff like that.
That's so sad. I don't know. I don't know where this is going to lead to. Like I've told you before, I've been doing it a long time. And in cases like this, the fingers point toward the mama. And it points toward you because for one reason is that you willingly took the baby to Eaton's. I understand why. I mean, you're telling me why you did that. But then, of course, he's not saying something didn't happen there. It was not right. That's what he said, of course. We got to find the baby. We've got to find Evelyn. Got to find her. Take care of her. And if
Okay, we're going to come right back to that because there is another part of it that I want to see. Karma Libra said, Brooks, you mean suck my cock? Yes, because I'm sitting here with the chicken expert.
Whisper.
Just Me said, Brooks, ask him what is the white stuff in chicken shit?
Phosphorus.
It's phosphorus.
It's phosphorus.
You've analyzed chicken shit?
I know it's phosphorus.
That's okay. All right. Okay. Anything else in there?
No, I gotta figure out what them fancy chickens are that have the feathery feet though. They got
Our
real
friend
big
Connie
feathers.
already told us.
No, those are Jersey, Rhode Island Reds. I think she said they are. Those are the high egg producers.
Okay. Jen C said, Greg, you're lucky we don't live close to Oklahoma.
Why?
Oh.
Is that a threat or would we? hang
Oh,
out?
no. I guess we would hang out.
Okay.
Angie Baby said the white and it's pee and poop.
Yes, Pat K, 100% correct because I have a ton of useless knowledge backed up in my brain.
Mhm.
Like I was just going to educate Brooks about mushrooms a minute ago, and she didn't want to hear me. I
No.
was going to teach her about Cremini mushrooms.
Yeah. Well, and this is when I just tell, everyone, back off, ladies. He's all mine.
Yeah, it's hard being brilliant.
He's mine.
It's hard being brilliant.
Can you brush OJ's belly real quick? Go. He wants his belly brushed, and I'm busy.
It's a situation where, that you don't feel like that you can take care of her, then I promise you, we'll find some people to take care of her, that little thing for you. And I promise you that. We'll do everything we can to get you help and get her help to take care of her. But we gotta find her.
What do you all father does this mean I won't come see over anymore?
No, it doesn't mean that at all. Does not mean that at all. But I can tell you this, if you think for a second, that little sliver, that you might know where she might be. Well, hey,
Okay, breaking
Because I went
news.
to the grocery store. This is great.
Breaking news from Greg. Okay, first off, Karma Libra said, I can ask my husband one question and get a 4-hour explanation. Yep, I've been talking about chickens all day. So what did you just say, Greg? Because I'm going to make a t-shirt out of it. You said a chicken will fuck OJ up.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
How would a chicken abuse my kitty?
Because they're big and they won't care if OJ thinks he can kill him. He ain't gonna kill him. Though, especially a rooster. A rooster would jack his ass straight up.
A rooster would jack his ass straight up.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Oh yeah.
Linda just said they will.
Yeah.
Just
they
me
will.
said a rooster will.
Yeah, chickens can. Do you know what my buddy had chickens? Anthony Spotto, his grandpa had chickens. You know what? They would. This is how messed up chickens are. They would give leftover chicken scraps from their meal to the chickens, and the chickens would eat it.
That's a carnivore.
The chickens eat anything.
They
Bugs.
They eat other
rats.
chickens?
They eat chicken. Yes, they do.
Okay.
Oh my God, you just spit up my coffee. Yes. Yes. I forget what I'll think of the name of the rooster too and the chickens that they had over there in Floyd. They're
You're talking about your friend Spotto,
Anthony
right?
Spotto. Yeah, his granddad had chickens and roosters. Yes.
Oh, I could only imagine
Yes.
that fucking mess.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the rooster, I forget what the fucking rooster's name was. Yeah, chickens will eat anything. When Spotto told me that they used to feed their dinner scraps of chicken to the chickens, I was like, "Are you serious?"
Mhm.
Yeah, they do. They'll eat anything. He said.
Didn't the co-founder of Facebook get in trouble at Harvard because he fed chicken to a chicken and they said it was cannibalism?
I don't have that answer.
Well, maybe I know some things too. I do watch a lot of movies.
That's not very interesting facts, though.
Okay, I'm just
Nobody
letting you
really
know.
cares about whether or not.
Well, I'm just
Mark
letting you know.
Zuckerberg-
I mean, I'm more concerned that, your friend Spotto was feeding chickens to chickens.
Yeah,
It
but those are based in facts.
yeah, but it
That
explains
actually
everything
happened.
that I know about him right now because he still uses the magic jack.
He does have a magic deck. so
He
yes.
believes microwaves give, brain cancer and things
Yes.
like that.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Yes, he has a Nintendo in his garage.
He has a Nintendo in his garage.
And
He wanted to be.
in a Sony PlayStation, the original Sony PlayStation.
Yeah, remember when he found that Magnavox TV?
Yes,
And you
yep.
rewired it and everything?
Yep.
And he wanted you to validate his parking at the wedding, and you were
Yes.
like, "Parking's free, dude." And he
Yes.
goes, "Well, still."
This did happen.
Yeah. All right, back to the trial.
Yeah, they like worms. They eat all kinds of bugs. This is hilarious. People are talking about chickens.
Okay, it says court's on a short break.
See, they need the calcium from the eggshells. They eat it. See, I told you this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well,
Harley said they called 2 witnesses, go back, go on a break, called 2 more, then go another break, then 2 more, another break, and 2 more, another break. No wonder it takes all damn day. I know. These, I'm telling you right now, these trials could be done in a week if they get their shit together.
Oh, June bugs? I don't like June bugs. Virginia Wolf said I'm a great fan.
Well, Virginia, if you want to buy a t-shirt that says I'm a Greg fan, send me your address and your size and I'll get it over to you. Again, low quality products,
Premium price.
premium price. Baby Kisses says milk is 20% pus. Well,
What are you talking about?
that is absolutely
I did not know
disgusting.
this. I need more.
Well, that's the reason I like to go to Swan's Dairy in Claremore because they actually milk their own cows.
You can't milk an almond. They don't have tits.
Almond milk is like
There's
$9 a judge.
No, you can't milk an almond.
Mhm.
And just because animals have teeth doesn't mean you can milk them.
Mhm.
But goat milk is cool. I want to try camel milk.
Camels don't make milk, Greg.
Yes,
What are you
they
talking
do. They
about?
absolutely do. And then no.
Hold on. You want to try camel milk?
Yeah, Anthony Bourdain was over in Africa. Was it Africa? I think it was Africa. And he was with some tribe that hangs out with they live off of camels. Like they wander the desert and they hang out with camels and that's their sustenance. They drink their milk, they eat them,
They're probably sucking the camel's dick.
No,
They
they're
don't
not.
know how to milk a camel.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
No, come on. They don't know how to milk a camel.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Where is Pat Kay? She's been to Egypt. She was on a camel. Pat Kay, would you please come up and explain to Greg about this camel milking situation?
They do milk camels.
No.
Yes, they absolutely
No.
do. Yeah,
Have you seen those camel dongs before?
I've never seen it. They don't get it out of their penis, bro. They get it out of the teats of the women.
No.
Cows, the cow camels.
No.
And they eat camels. Yeah, they do. Yeah, just like the Mongols. The Mongols, they're huge horse people, and they drink horse milk, and they make all this stuff out of horse.
Hold on, it's Pat Kay. Hey, Pat.
Oh, turn my camera off. Wait.
Oh, but you're beautiful. Hey, there it is.
Forget it. Forget it. Yeah, they eat camels.
Yes, they do, Pat. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know about milking them, but when I went to Egypt, we went to all little small towns. So in the middle of the night, I was sitting out in the balcony watching the poor little 7-year-old kids, and this was just in 2019, like little kids with their broken down carts going to the garbage, and they were taking out all the camel bones from the butchers.
Oh yeah.
And he takes out a camel's head.
Oh yeah.
Like it was like I'd never been in a third world country and in a small town and seeing all this, and that's what that poor little kid did. And I was asking people like, well, why is he like in the middle of the night? And they said, because his parents would use the cart during the day. So the only time they could go get things to eat for soups and stuff was in the middle of the night. It was just so sad. But yes, I had no idea until I saw that kid taking out all the camel bones. So yeah, I'm sure they do milk them. If they could milk it, I'm sure they do. So yeah. Oh, I'm cutting out, or you are.
No, I'm not cutting out. No, Greg's talking about. All right, they're coming back into court.
Okay, bye. See everyone in chat.
One stand, please.
Almost. Oh, Lena's here. Lena. I haven't seen her in a couple of days. Hi, Lena.
You may be seated. Thank you.
I mean, be around that. If he's an abuser and stuff, you didn't know that, you don't need to be around that. And, you know, we'll find out. And I'll find out if your mom can come and pick you up, okay? You know,
I don't know the number of $100,000.
has it?
$100,000, so I'll probably give you a call in the car.
Oh, okay, tell her, oh, okay. We'll find out.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, so now moving to, well, prior to the second interview, you stepped out for a few minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Any idea of how long you were out before you came back into the room?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember?
No.
Okay, and that's fine. So the second video, you also had an opportunity to watch it in its entirety?
Yes.
And it is also a fair and accurate representation of the second interview you conducted with Megan Boswell on February 20th, 2020.
Yes.
We'd ask that that may be made exhibit number 184, please.
Objection. All right, the full exhibit 184.
And permission to play it for the jury.
I have, you know, I got some, been a couple long time, and I've got my own opinions about this stuff. But just something that's not adding up. It's just not adding up. And, you know, if there's something that you think in your mind, anyway, that's informed that you could think.
Well, I was talking to Dad today. He don't really talk small and that she's having all this story goes out. She's gonna have to disappear. That she's gonna go to jail. I don't know what's going on.
Your mom had that something?
I don't know. That's all he told me today. I don't know what's going on.
So, Bonnie told you that
And then all this started going on, because he called her the night before, he talked to you all, and he told her what he was gonna do, and then she said, well, you can't do that, this is what he told me, like, I'll have to disappear, I can't go back to the hospital, I don't know what, I hope she didn't do anything too.
See, but I thought Ethan had the baby.
I thought he was stupid, but this is just what I told her this morning, I promise you, I talked to him on the phone, on my way down here, because I called my grandma first, I wanted to stop down there for a few years. I've never had talked to you, when he called me, he said something.
So she, Bonnie told you that he has talked to,
No, this was before he called up here,
okay, but he has talked to your mom.
a couple days ago. And that, he told me that he lied to her, well, and me, and said that DCS was going to do a whole visit on Elijah because he thought that she was going to resolve it.
And so he basically, but what he said to Angel, man, help me with this. But he told Angel that he was gonna send DCS to.
And all that and stuff. And he told me that she said, oh, like, I'll have to leave, and like, nobody can ever find me again, like, I'm going to jail. I'm sorry, I thought he was biased. That's just the last part to say.
Okay, and then Angel said that she was gonna write out, but she was gonna leave and stuff.
Well, that's what she told Dad apparently. And Dad told me that he lied to her and said that DCS was going to come do a checkup on Elijah so he could get him from her, my little brother. And then when they met at Eagle, that like she was crying and like wouldn't say anything to Dad or anything like that.
Okay.
And she was kind of freaking out. I'm sorry, I just always had like so much faith in my mom and the fact that even the thought that she would do anything just really like. I'm sorry, that's why my first question was, hey, have you all talked to her? Then yesterday, the whole way up here, she was like bitching at me, saying that like, I won't lie, I lied, she didn't run out of gas, she just wanted to tell me. I'm sorry.
I'm really looking at it from that.
No, I got you. Greg actually had a really good point. Say that again about Chicken Shack, Hunter Wood. I'll put his picture up.
I'm kind of analyzing him in the thought process that he might have been through. And I'm looking at the mom and she's kind of I'm not empathizing with her at all. I'm not empathizing with her at all. I mean, she murdered her child. But I'm looking at it from the outside in, and I'm analyzing the situation. She's a very vulnerable individual, and she really wanted to be with him. And if he was truly schizophrenic, his fantasy and his manipulation, he possibly didn't tell her directly to get rid of the child, but gave her enough of a motivation that if the child was gone, that they could be together. And her being so influential, weak, however you want to put it, I could see her getting rid of the child and thinking that his suggestion was that the baby was gone, they would be together. Yeah, I could see that.
Oh, I think that he definitely put the idea in her head.
That's why I'm saying he didn't do it, but he could have orchestrated it.
But I mean, is a suggestion a crime?
There's been people that have we've seen it before. People, go kill yourself, go do this, go
Yeah,
do that.
they did. Yeah. In Massachusetts, there was that case.
That girl with
Mhm.
that boy, yes, and
Yeah.
she sent him text messages. What's the difference? If he's telling her over and over again to get rid of the child, and she interprets it as get rid of the child and I'll be with you, could he be guilty? Is it coincidence that all of a sudden he's in the bug house in another state just before the trial started?
Yeah, 2 months ago.
Is it coincidence?
I mean, I think he has a lot of guilt on him, a lot of embarrassment. He knows he was doing things at the time besides Megan. I mean, you know, giving her mom the BMW and then, you know, having his mom report it stolen.
Yeah.
He's neck deep in this.
Oh, yeah. And
I'm not saying he did anything to Evelyn.
But that's why I'm saying that through coercion and through manipulation, he is definitely involved.
Yep. And when it comes down to the, you know, first degree statute in Tennessee, she is on trial for first degree murder. Because no one's going to suggest to any normal thinking person to kill their child in order to have a relationship.
A schizo would. Yeah. If he was manipulating the situation, absolutely.
Really? Okay.
Well, I mean, let's look at he's mentally disabled in that sense. His father was carrying his ass to the point where he's like, I'm gonna buy you a restaurant. Just go work there. Just run the chicken shack. The dude didn't do it on his own. His dad did it for him.
Yeah, I've got to go back through his father's testimony because it was insane.
It was bullshit.
Okay.
You wouldn't tell them. That's hard work. So you wouldn't tell them the truth.
I'm sorry. But she was like, just shut me and say that she was going up there. She didn't want you to be like seen, blah, 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 stuff like that.
You didn't want it.
Want to be seen,
She wanted to be okay.
stuff like that.
Do you think she's in that? Do you think she's in that car, that BMW?
Yeah,
Was the last time you seen her, she's in the BMW?
yeah, so she got out to Elmer's office.
Oh, okay. That was the day that you walked up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Was McLeod with her?
Yeah,
Did he drive or did she drive?
he used to drive.
Did he drive it?
He was driving that day.
Okay, and whose car is that? Whose Beamer is that?
Well, Hunter gave it to her, but he didn't get the title on everything.
Okay, so that car should be in Hunter's name?
I think it's his brother's name, that's why he didn't get the title on everything. It was Hunter's car, but Tanner was gonna buy it, and then Tanner backed down on it.
And you got mad that you been wrecked or something with a friend?
Yeah, on like the passenger side fender well, I guess. Like it's kind of like popped out and kind of big in the headlights. You know. A lot of dimmer on that side.
Okay. But that's who it should be, okay. And,
Well, Tanner's first name is Austin. I mean, I don't know if you all know that, but it's Austin.
I'm sure we got that. And McLeod usually driving?
Yeah.
I'm asking you a couple questions with that, because I'm just trying to clarify things. Are they just ate up the dope?
I mean, he is. I don't.
Listen, if I'm gonna tell you something, Maggie. I've got a girl. I've got a daughter, and my daughter she's old now. She's 25 years old. But I love my daughter dearly. I want to ask you something. Do you love your little girl? Yeah. Off all your heart. Okay. Okay. Now that's what I'm getting to. And we need you to help us. Because everybody, we're trying our best to find her. You know, and I'll be honest with you, I don't care one bit about putting anybody in jail or anything. I want her back. If I can get her back and we can get you straightened out in your life and everything good together, y'all can come back together again. There's no doubt in my mind we can work those things out. No doubt in my mind we can work those things out. But we gotta get her back.
I know.
And so, with that being said, I just want you to be completely honest with me. No more feeling or anything like that. Completely honest. Are they running dope? Are they just using heavy? What's their drug
They're just
control?
using, I don't know what she does. The only thing that she'll admit to me is that she's very far.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't know, to be honest with you. There were a few times that like Dad and I would went there, like Elijah, when she'd be with them, like that, and she had birds on her and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
I mean, I don't know, like, if that helps at all or anything, but I mean, she don't like on her arms and stuff like that.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Now, does she go by Angela or Angel?
Angel.
So, if you had to, if you had to lay it all on the table, okay.
Now, I want to talk about this comment because I agree. Fatal Paper Cut said, I personally don't blame him for his comment about wanting kids, just not someone else's kids. I think she took that way out of context. I wouldn't want to deal with some crazy chick's drama either. I totally agree. If Hunter's like, yeah, I want to have a family someday, just, I don't want, your baggage or
Yeah, but
whatever.
herein lies the problem.
Okay.
He kept messing with her.
That's what I was just getting ready to say, Gregory.
Herein lies the problem. So he encouraged it.
Yeah. So
he's given a crazy person the idea that they're going to be together, and he's encouraging the idea of not having her child around. So he's a psychopath.
Mm-hmm.
He encouraged the death of this child. He definitely encouraged it.
And when it comes down to it, I mean, if you're dating someone that has children and that's a no-go for you,
then walk away.
Then don't date them.
Walk away.
Don't get the booty. Don't fool around. Don't do any of those things. And I'm telling you something right now. I mean, Megan was stalking the shit out of him.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah, I mean, he encouraged crazy. He kept.
I mean,
with
she
her.
changed her name to Maggie Wood.
Yep.
Ange said, sorry, buddy, it's a package deal or no deal. Rexy said, I don't believe Hunter is guilty in any way. I think he's a big part of the recipe.
He encouraged it, Rexy. He encouraged it.
And whether, I mean, I don't think
if he didn't encourage it, he would just cut her off and said, bye.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that he said to Megan, kill your child and then we'll date.
But I don't believe you said that either.
No. But I mean, there's some accountability there, however, I mean, accountability isn't really what, the law is about. Alicia P said she changed her name. Yeah. She has several different Facebook profiles. One is Megan Boswell. Then there's the Maggie Wood.
I think we can all agree that Mama has some serious mental illness. The problem here is the men that were involved with her, especially Chicken Shack, he didn't cut ties.
Well, honey, he was going to Gatlinburg and, Pigeon Forge and going on trips and stuff. And, he's got the chick that he works with at the Chicken Shack his dad bought.
Well,
I mean, life was pretty good for him at the time.
Oh, well.
Debbie said, Alicia, yep, I'm guessing narcissistic and borderline for starters. I mean, they're not going to keep you in the hospital for mental problems unless you have them.
Oh no, I don't believe that at all. This whole schizophrenic that apparently Chicken Shack has, that's self-induced. and I think that he's in Virginia, which is not in their own state. So I think that daddy bought doctors and made him get evaled and get him taken care of over there. Because the whole thing with schizophrenia, you can't fake it. You can't fake it. And I don't believe he has schizophrenia at all. Because if he had schizophrenia, his family would have known about it through his behaviors in his early 20s when it starts to manifest.
Well, if he's got schizophrenia now, what did he have in 2019? And I'm looking at Susan's comment right here where she said he bought into the free love and no responsibilities. Everything for Chicken Shack was free.
Yeah.
Free car, free house, free Chicken Shack.
Yeah.
Free ass, free blowjobs.
Yeah.
Everything for him was free.
Oh yeah.
But when he saw something that looked like a tiny bit of responsibility, like a single mother with a child, I don't want a child around me. Oh no. Oh no. I'm going to have a family someday, just not with you.
And that's fine.
I don't want any other kids.
That's fine.
I mean, they have this saying where they say, "Hey, Ilyanka," she said, "Hey, Brooks, what's going on? Just chit and chat with you guys. Greg's home and he's giving his 2 cents on everything." Toying with people's emotions is a really weird thing to do.
Is it really toying with their emotions though? She knew what she was doing and he knew what he was doing.
No, I mean, I get it. But if he knew that he had no future with her, then he should have just got back to frying chicken and potato wedges.
I would agree with you on that. Yes, I would agree 100%. 100%.
I mean, at least he was upfront about it.
Well, he did say he doesn't want a woman with children. He did say that. Understandable.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, we see what, Megan's decision was.
And to get my baby back. Where would you go?
They were trying to take me up in Mendoza yesterday before I came in here, and I kept telling her, like, turn over, get my phone over, if you won't take me up there, I'll call them, they'll come get me.
They won't take you to Mendoza?
Yeah,
Why?
I don't know.
Do you have any friends in Mendoza?
No,
You ever been to Mendoza?
no.
But they want to take you there. They won't take you there yesterday. It was different.
Well, they wouldn't tell me where they were going, I just saw the website, let me take that back.
I understand. So what risk I see?
Like, State City Highway, one that has like the other layer, like Mendoza, and it's like 5 miles away or something like that.
Okay.
We were headed in the direction of Mendoza. I mean, maybe they weren't like, we take me there, but that's just what I thought. Like, they would not tell me anything.
Okay. Does he have any ties to people over there in Virginia?
As far as I know, all his family's from North Carolina.
Have you ever gone to see his family in North Carolina or anything like that? Okay. So when I asked you that question about laying it out there where you might be going, I mean, you got a chance to get your daughter, to find your daughter.
Well, Dad keeps saying that Mom knows something. That's why she's like, not answering anybody, kind of just disappearing.
Now, I know that you said that you gave Evelyn over to Ethan.
But Mom also told me that she talked to Ethan since then.
Your mom has talked to Ethan since.
That's what, I don't know, like 110%, that's just what I've been told.
He told you that? Angel told you that?
Yeah. If you want questions, her and father, do not tell her that I like.
Oh, absolutely. Don't
Okay.
you worry about that. Let me tell you, don't worry about it. I want her. I want your baby back. Okay? I want Heather. I want her back, safe and sound. I want her, I mean, those pictures of her, that picture of her and you, I'll be honest, I got that from my wall of my office of you and her. So that makes me want to go that much farther and try to find her. Okay? And it breaks my heart to know that she, I don't know where she's at. You know, could she be with someone else? Could they be treating her good? I mean, she okay? That type of thing. And then on the other side of the coin, oh dear God, could somebody have killed her? Could that little baby be in a ditch line somewhere, or maybe in a trash pile or something like that? And that's what God did. And but you said Angel has talked. She says that she's talked
Yeah.
to. She's talked to Ethan, and you're pretty firm that you gave let Ethan take care of her right at Christmas. Was it Christmas Day or
No, it was Christmas
Christmas Eve?
Me and my family went to Pigeon Forge and I dropped her off before we left.
So your little girl did not go with you to Pigeon Forge.
No. Me, Hunter, Dad, my brother, his wife, and like their kids with.
Where'd y'all go to when y'all went to Pigeon Forge? Just ask them.
We went out to eat at Olive Garden, and then we went around Grove Park, and then we all stayed at Margaritaville Island Inn.
I'll stay there before. It's pretty nice place. So you come back on Christmas Day,
Yeah,
and then you went back over. Did you go see? Did you see her on Christmas?
yeah.
Okay, so you went back on Christmas Day.
I had her at Christmas, so
Did you get to see her?
yeah.
Did they let you hold her or anything? What time did you go over on Christmas Day?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I went to my brother's, picked this up, I probably got like 4 or something, so I guess it's after that,
So you took presents to her
you know.
at Eaton's. And you took it on there. And, did you get to go in or did you just?
No, he always said he said I'm fine.
And then you took the little girl Christmas presents, and then you got to hold her a minute, and then you gave her back.
Yeah.
There's a reason why you just didn't say, "Come on, you're going back with Mama."
She started reaching for him, but I didn't want to take her from him.
You started reaching for him.
Yeah. I just thought she wanted to be there. I didn't want to take her. And honestly, like, I just wanted to pray. That's all I wanted.
Who took you over there?
Hunter rode with me. Not Hunter sat in the car. Not exactly at the bottom.
But you drove and
He drove back.
but you drove over and
Yes, he drove back. Those were my cruiser I had it. I'm sorry to drive so much because I've been on together the past 2 days and anymore.
you've been through hell and back, and you're still in it. You're still in hell. I mean, you really are. The whole fact of not knowing where your baby is at. Oh my gosh! I know it's heart wrenching. And you know, when you left on Christmas Day, did Hunter and Ethan say anything to each other?
No.
Okay. And,
Hunter didn't get out of the car. Or Hunter only got out of the car and walked around the front to get in the car. On the driver's side.
Okay, and you, what did you say you pulled out to look at, she just walked back in with,
I didn't see where he was standing at the top of the driveway.
and then, he was just holding there when you pulled away?
Yeah.
Did y'all have any words to him, any anger
I mean,
words?
we argued, yeah.
What did you argue about that day?
Well, I told him, and I was like, I want to come see him for a little bit. And I was like, if you don't want to go with me, that's fine. We were at his mom's house at the time. I was like, just let me know. I won't break it. That's fine. You know, I was like, I don't care. Like, I just want to see her. It's Christmas. And he got mad because I brought him with me. But I asked for a phone. I didn't mean to piss him off.
Okay.
And then we had an argument again because I'm a lot of you. He asked me, like, if I had any more diapers. And I was like, yeah, but, like, I took care of myself for a year. Like, it's your daughter. You can buy her a pack of, like, freaking diapers. I'm sorry, I don't know about it. It's not that I want to do without anything. It's just, you know.
So Christmas Day, you're saying is the last time?
No, I saw her the day after that. That's what he said.
And then you, when did you see her over at Ethan's?
Yeah. He was pulling out the driveway and I pulled in for him to pull out.
He had her with, he had her.
Yeah, that's cute. He got me out for a second, me and we're arguing because he's like, you can't just show up here and stuff like that. And I mean, we just got into it escalating from there. And then he told me that I had to leave or even call the cops, so I was.
How did the other one act?
She didn't like reach for anything. I didn't get the hospital day. I'm sorry.
Was anybody with you in?
No.
Did you talk to Ethan much after that?
I talked to him on New Year's, and he wouldn't let me come over. Or New Year's Eve. If I say New Year's Eve, it's New Year's Eve, like the 31st. I'm trying to talk to him, he's just not really like the answer me. But apparently my mom told me that she talked to him.
You think your mom talked to him during that time right there?
She told me she had been talking to him.
Okay. So you not talked to Ethan, you talked to Ethan on New Year's Eve?
Yeah.
And Ethan said that, your mom had been talking to him.
No, she said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mom said she had been talking to him.
Yeah.
And did Ethan ever tell you that she did call him?
No.
Have you been heard?
Well,
You think Ethan would heard?
my mom?
No, I'm not talking about it.
Yeah.
You don't think Ethan would heard it?
No. I feel like if he did do anything today or someone who thought take care of me, I don't think he did.
Okay. How is Ethan and your mom? Were they cordial? Would they talk? Would they get along? They did too?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't necessarily like go out their way to talk, you know what I'm saying? There was like a few times that they like talked over text over the years. I mean, I was with them, you know, 3.5, 4 years.
Okay. You've known Ethan a long time, you know.
Yeah.
I know this is going back a little bit, but I mean, how long has your mom and Tommy been separated? The reason I'm asking that is because I'm just trying to figure out,
Well, okay, they got like a divorce, I think, in like 2014, 2015. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I think it was 2014, but Charlotte wasn't born yet, but my little sister. But they had a baby after that. And I mean, they were like living together and stuff like that. But if you're talking about as far as like divorce or
Legal,
something,
yeah.
I think like 2014.
when did they finally make a split? And, Tommy and your mom, and she go her way and he went his.
Whenever his Ashley's birthday, I think it was June of 2018.
Oh, so it's been relatively fairly recent then. Okay.
Yeah, it was June 2018. That's the Ashley's birthday. Got that.
June 2018.
I don't know that. I would be June 2018. I don't know the exact date. It was at the beginning of June.
Okay.
I know that I was over there on Father's Day. She was there. So she had been there before she was 14, because that's when Father's Day is, right?
It is.
Yeah, so she had been there before that.
All right. If
They weren't living together for like a long time because they were all in apartments and like Popular Ridge. They were definitely like talking and she got they got to them and stuff like that. They just weren't like legally together.
have you, you've been living down with Hunter, right?
Yeah.
And you live, I know you live in the trailer.
Yeah.
Over in, down near Boone's. I'll hang out, we'll go there and eat and all. You lived there, and then after that you moved in with Hunter.
Yeah.
correct?
I stayed in hotels with you guys.
You're right, I understand, yeah.
So,
But that's basically, if I had to, let's put a timeline of where you live and stuff like that, that's what it
yeah. Up until around like March 2018, from February to March, I was with my dad. Or until April, yeah, and then I moved in with them all the way, that's my grandma. From April, and I stayed with her all the way through October.
Okay. So basically.
There were a couple nights when my mom was at a hotel and I go stay with her, but as far as like living wise with it, was like my mom.
And then she's the one that lives where?
At the mom and dad field, and like,
Down Bay
mom,
Okay. Cat OG said, "Who you want to bop with a wrench, Greg?"
I don't know what that means.
Pat K said, "Put a poll up to see if you can have a wrench."
Oh, it's going to be surprisingly, I think it might be surprisingly in my favor.
In your favor?
Yeah. I
Like,
think so.
what are you going to do with your wrench, Greg?
Nothing.
It's just going to wind up being you and Pat here in chat talking.
I'll be, yeah, it'd be fine. I'm not really going to do anything with it, but just having a wrench would make me, give me validation, make me feel happy.
Okay, well, we'll take
I
it.
think I can chirp you quite a lot, so I think I should have a wrench.
We'll take it to the tribe.
Yeah, I really do.
You live most of May Creek. What do you call her?
Oh, mommy. Oh, mommy. I used to call her old mommy when I was little because she practically raised me.
Oh, mommy. Okay. You lived there with her from, when you say?
April to October. I stayed a couple of times with her. I burned out my trailer though because I'm an There's a cop literally right around for me that actually made me feel a lot better. So after I seen his car there, I was like, I won't be too bad.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's a cop literally like my neighbor, and I was like, it's fine.
Good. Okay. Now, okay, so, and then after that, when you.
I got my
you
trailer
took your
a
trailer.
little bit for Halloween.
Okay.
Cause, I trick or treating like maybe a couple days before Halloween with my cousin Ashley, not my other girlfriend, this is different Ashley.
Okay.
And like, I remember I took pictures of her in a costume and she was sitting on the floor.
Okay. You know, people ask questions, of course.
Yeah.
And you know, I know that you actually.
Okay, I'm going through the comments. Susan said, I can't control this chat if he has a wrench, Brooks. Pat K is laughing. Karma said, validate the chicken captain, LOL.
Thank you. Please.
Cat OG said, in return for an upgrade from Welfare StreamYard, Brooks.
I'll put it on your dime, Cat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it looks like you're not getting a wrench today, Greg. But
That's fine.
you can still put your 2 cents in. And you get very mad at people. And when you don't understand something that's put in the chat, you just immediately think the worst of the worst.
Fine.
Yeah, you don't even understand who anyone's talking to.
Fine.
Are you pouting?
Yes, I'm sad.
Oh, I'm going to get OJ a wrench.
Probably so.
Mm-hmm.
So you're on the 26th. Okay. And on the 26th, on the 26th, okay, what time is it? So all this is transpired. If you had to answer a question like this, someone comes to you and says, hey, why did you call somebody?
Mom was talking to me, she told me I should try to resolve it with me. And that's what I was trying to do, she told me she was trying to talk to me about it.
You did it again. Because that's the first time. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, your lunch is back there. So I want to go ahead and break for lunch and let them try to figure this out. We'll come back probably 1:15. One second, please.
Okay, so they're going to lunch. I wonder what they ordered. It's always been a big thing what they're going to have for lunch, and I don't blame them for that at all. Something I wanted to show you guys. This is something since we have my husband here, and he is very active without a wrench. I want my husband to build this for OJ.
I've been promising a video about my Casio since I started this channel 4 years ago. As I kept changing and expanding, the video kept changing. So I then had the bright idea to make it a series about the whole process, which is really quite a big task. And I still haven't fully edited it yet.
Whoa! I know, I haven't got any shelves or anything for you to sit into yet.
So in the meantime, I've decided to put out this walkthrough video showing the Casio as it is right now, going through all the main points. It's not beautifully put together and shot like my usual video.
OJ in the backyard, OJ can go in the backyard. He can go around and snip the plants. He can do whatever OJ wants, climbing trees. He doesn't need walls and boundaries. OJ does not need that.
Well, I think it's a cute idea, Greg. I mean, we can put all those different plants out there and everything. I mean, I looked at a way to do it. You can get like 4 pots from the Dollar Tree and just put some Quikrete in there and some landscaping timbers and then just start screening it in. I mean, I could do it for like $50.
No, if I'm gonna build a room off the back of the house, it's gonna have a jacuzzi in it and a gazebo. And OJ can come hang out there. And he can walk around the yard and go into plants.
Okay, well, I mean that's fine, but we're talking
That's a
about
way better
we're
idea.
talking about a catio.
No, we're not doing catios.
Do you not know? Do you not understand construction, Greg?
He has a backyard that's called the catio. He really does. Yep, he has a whole backyard, and a whole patio out there, and he can walk around. He goes into the shed. He climbs up in the trees, goes into the plants, chases the squirrels. It's got a whole beautiful catio out there. So he said he wants a jacuzzi. That's what OJ told me.
Well, hang on. Kat's giving you hell. She said, so should we call Greg a spammer?
A spanner wrench?
A spammer.
Spanner wrench.
Oh, Greg, you can do this real easy.
Videos. For that, you're going to have to wait for the series. But for the casual viewer, this will probably be enough. But there is much better to come. If there's anything in particular you'd like me to cover in the series, please let me know in the comments. But for now, hopefully this will give you a really good overview of my catio. And if you like this video, please click the like and do subscribe if you haven't already, because it really helps this channel. Thank you.
Welcome to Elaney Catio. This is the 4th version of my catio over the last 5 years or so. It's the home to my, well, they've got the whole house, but they love being out here. The 7 cats, Harriet, Bertie, little Archie down there. Too cute, Sevy. Passy, fast asleep. Jimmy in his joint. And Lollipop over here. So the original catio was just this over there. It was a small corner.
Okay, 1 second. Rhonda said, she said, question I forgot. Does Megan have a court-appointed attorney? Yes.
Yes.
This is her second one. She had Brad Sproles, and she didn't have, I mean, she didn't agree with the way he was going to take care of her defense. He was wanting her to consider plea deals and things like that. Now she has this new dude. Yeah, her family's not helping her at all.
Too small, so I extended it a few months later to include, well, just basically go across there. And then I expanded it out this way, and then I think about a year later, I claimed basically the whole decking. Wi-Fi'd it, basically. It's just my favorite place in the house, despite when the planes are going overhead. Hopefully you can still hear me. So I think my favorite bit I'm most proud of is probably the cat tree. So when I extended it for the 3rd time, I needed to bring it out here, and I had this Stamson tree was in it. So I decided to turn it into a cat tree. So I cut off different branches and put on these cake things, display things got from Amazon. I made it so they've got a way of climbing up, and offcuts from higher up I added onto it to give me extra platforms, and also some ramps here. I did a similar sort of thing here. So this is a support strut, whatever you call the vertical things, and pretty ugly. Needed it though to hold the roof up, and so I used my basically dead ivy trees for the back of the garden and wrapped it around here.
Uh-oh. Kat is after you, Gregory. She said, you're just lucky we didn't change the name of America to the Extended Overseas Territory of the United Kingdom. Oh, that hurt.
It really didn't. It's kind of like things that the Philadelphia Eagles fans would say against the Chiefs fans. When you lose so badly and you really are second best, it really hurts. It does. It stings worse than your insults. Yeah, sorry, you're second best. Sorry.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry.
I'm going to put the link up.
Sorry.
Oh, she was talking to Paper Slut. Oh.
Oh.
My goodness. We got a barn burner in here.
It wasn't easy. And added, again, these cake thingies to create this cat tree here. Some lollipops there. Every part of the catio, or most of the parts of the catio, is named after cats past and present. Gizmo's getaway. Just show me that. Arnie's armchair. Archie's attic. Sevy's suite. Sicky's shelf. Bertie's box.
Sure did.
Yep.
Sure did.
Greg's, yep. She said, Greg, you threw our tea in the sea.
We sure did.
Well, you weren't alive then, so it wasn't you.
My ancestors were, yes, we did, yes.
You don't have no ancestors in Boston.
Well, my old Americans, yes. Our old Americans, yes, we did that, yes.
Yeah, when you have a bunch of ancestors, that means everyone fucked everybody. Okay.
I don't really think that's what it means.
Yeah, really, you didn't have any ancestors in Boston for the Boston Tea Party.
They did a good job, though.
We've seen Jimmy's Joints, Harriet's Hideaway, and Noodles Nook. And it is named Eleni Catio after Eleni Beach in Skiathos in Greece, which is where Harriet and Sevy came from. So there's lots of greenery, as you can see. The vast majority is of course fake. It's pretty, and it gives me some privacy as well. It's really nice. Yeah, there's no way you could possibly do this for real and keep it alive, especially the flowers. And of course, you have issues about what's, you be careful about what's toxic and what isn't toxic. What isn't toxic is some real stuff I've got in here. So this is ryegrass and some catmint, more grass, catnip, loads of catnip here and here and here. And this is my olive tree, a bit of grease, and that's.
Yeah, this would be perfect for my kitty. My kitty would really enjoy this.
Like that. You would think it's stupid.
No, I'm telling you, my kitty would love this.
You would think it's stupid.
No, he would like this.
I don't have my own room that's decked out like this.
Well, I'm just telling you. I mean, look.
OJ does not need this. He thinks OJ would go to that place and he would beat those cats up. Yeah, he'd be like, no, you're stupid. You just beat them up. Like, we don't have time for this posh, silly kitty stuff. You gotta be a street kitty.
But look at my kitty right now.
Well, he was a street kitty.
Mm-hmm.
Doing really well, as you can see. There's loads of places for them to sleep, and they've got shelters there, here, and here, and of course the human places to sit, which tends to be where they go. So this was my birthday present last year from my mum. I very rarely get to sit on it, so I tend to sit here if they let me, or here. So there is a roof on it, a waterproof one, a polycarbonate. It's not great right now because it's in the middle of roofs. Basically, this is the old one, and he's put new one on. This only covers just under half of it.
I would like to say that, Joe.
Okay. OJ wants to, not OJ, Greg wants to do a dad joke if you guys would like to hear one.
I'd like to hear a dad joke.
Okay, you have to
I really think this one's hilarious.
Okay, well, you got to get over here, Greg, to do it.
Can everyone hear me?
Okay, honey, what is your dad joke?
Okay,
And speak loud.
Ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls, what do you say when Simba is moving too slow?
What do you say if Simba is running too slow?
Mufasa.
Mufasa. That was actually really good, honey.
I'll put it on my top 10.
That was a really good joke.
I think so too.
That was really funny. Susan said she needs a ceasefire in here.
A ceasefire? Who's arguing?
I don't know. I have no idea. Trying to Jesse Cribbs, you're at work on a Saturday? Oh man. Boy, that sucks. Let's see what we're going to go through. While we're waiting on lunch to get over.
English and American Gray. What Susan talking about? Oh, we're gonna watch America. Yes.
I'm going to play this for Kat right now.
Can we watch some Derek Thomas highlights later? Would that be a problem with anyone?
I don't know. I can't wait for Kat to see this. Kat said, LOL, you won. How much you paying for eggs again? Honey, remember, my husband's a chicken expert, okay? We're going to have beautiful eggs. Beautiful eggs. Baby, my little baby angel, my little cat OG. She said the only winners in the U.S. are the Kansas City Chiefs three-peat. That's American. Thank you, Kat. You are so right. I've been emotional all day thinking about the Chiefs going for their three-peat, because if someone had told me years ago that it would be possible for my little Kansas City Chiefs to go to one Super Bowl, but all we've done, well, I say we like I'm there working out. And, you know, Kat, her dad calls them KFC. He thinks it's like a chicken brand. So we're back with the chicken. Kat said, and May Holmes, you have no idea how excited I am for this game tomorrow. Hey, Greg, we got to start wrapping up some egg rolls and everything.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Because I got the corned beef. All the stuff.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We can do that.
Because I don't know what time everyone's getting here tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I don't see you moving.
I just shaved my head.
Okay.
Accomplishment number 1.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, I got priorities, Brooks.
I understand that, baby. Thank you. I'm just really stressing about this trial. I'm not going to lie. I really am. I mean, they have like one kink after another.
Would it be illegal for Kat to hang a Chiefs fan and a Chiefs flag in front of her house?
Really?
Would that be illegal in
Ask her. Kat, can you hang a Chiefs fan outside of your house?
Flag, Chiefs flag.
A Chiefs flag, yeah.
In front of your house.
No, we're not going to hang a fan.
No, a flag.
Sarah, where the hell are you living? Sarah said I was mowing. Anything major come out? Kat said no, it wouldn't be illegal at all.
Okay, well, I'll send you a flag.
Oh, there's my cactus girl, Jinbug. She is busy. Hey, Jinbug, who do you think's going to win tomorrow? Chiefs or Eagles? She's making a St. Patrick's Day cactus.
Oh, nice. Is Gaelic in here?
I don't know where Gaelic's been, hun.
I'm glad she's home.
Yeah, me too.
It is windy outside, Brooks.
I know, I'm looking at it right now. The trees are bending.
The Southern flag. What do you mean, Kat? You can't hang. You can't hang the Confederate flag in England.
What? Okay.
I will say the Confederate. Kat, you're opening the can of worms. You got a bunch of fucking Southern people in here. You're talking about the Confederate flag?
The Southern one, the redneck on it. Jen Bug said, I'm sure it'll be KC.
Good. Okay. You can't. Why can't you hang the Confederate flag in England? It has nothing to do with England.
I don't know, baby.
Oh God.
No one puts me in these meetings.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. You can't hang a Southern flag. You can't hang the Confederate flag. But you can hang an American flag in a cheese bag. Nice.
Okay, I'm going to play something else for Kat.
Did she like?
Well, Rosie O'Donnell's disgusting. I mean, both inside and out. You take a look at her; she's a slob. She talks like a truck driver. Rosie attacked me personally because I was very happy when her talk show failed. The other thing that failed, and this was a real monster, and everybody was suing her, was her magazine. Her magazine called Rosie was a total disaster. So I loved it. I gloat over it. I think it's wonderful because I like to see bad people fail. Rosie failed. I'm happy about it. She's basically a disaster. Well, she called me a snake oil salesman. And, you know, coming from Rosie, that's pretty low because.
That was hilarious.
Kat said, ooh, this ain't doing it for me, Brooks. Oh, Kat. I'm just rubbing your face in it. Nufflin has up the German flag. You know what? My grandmother, who is full-blood German, Granny Myrtle, taught me how to make sauerkraut. She sure did.
Because when you look at her and when you see the mind is weak. I don't see it. I don't get it. I never understood. How does she even get on television? I believe Barbara made a terrible mistake putting her on, and I think Barbara's probably paying a big price. If I were running The View, I'd fire Rosie. I mean, I'd look her right in that fat, ugly face of hers. I'd say, Rosie, you're fired. We're all a little chubby, but Rosie's just worse than most of us. But it's not the chubbiness. Rosie is a very unattractive person, both inside and out. Rosie's a person that's very lucky to have her girlfriend. And she better be careful or I'll send one of my friends over to pick up her girlfriend. Why would she stay with Rosie if she had another choice? She's trying to use ABC and The View to get even with me. But with me, we fight back. I'll probably sue Rosie because...
See, Kat, that's what's coming for you. Nufflin said, Greg, our eggs are better.
They probably are. Send some over. I'd love to try them. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, Greg wants some German eggs.
Yeah.
OJ wants some more German catnip because I'll tell you what.
He sure does. He went crazy.
He did.
Because she doesn't tell the facts. As an example, I'm worth many billions of dollars. Now, she said I was bankrupt. I never went bankrupt. So probably I'll sue her because it would be fun. I'd like to take some money out of her fat ass pockets. I actually think they ought to look at her whole life and see where she's coming from because I think she's got some very deep-seated problems. Perhaps it should be Rosie that goes to rehab. Rosie is a loser.
Joe Biden. Thank you for that. And that's why my eggs cost $5 a dozen right now.
Well, honey, that's been going on since 2022.
Yeah, they killed all the fucking chickens.
They killed all. And that's why you're gonna start.
Yeah, fuck Joe Biden.
You can't raise. I mean, you can't make an egg, hon, because you're a man.
I can grow chickens.
You can't grow chickens, hon. It doesn't work that way. Okay, it doesn't work that way. What else do I have for Kat? because she wants to bust my balls, and I'm loving it. I am loving it. Let's see. What do I have for Cat?
Yes, thank you, just me. I mean, a dozen eggs should not be more than like $1.29 at the most.
Paper Slut said almost like wiping out 600,000 chickens here, and that makes the prices go up.
Yeah.
I gotta fuck with Cat for a second, okay?
Oh, Cat, we don't shoot red coats till we see the white of their eyes, Cat.
Woo! But she always wears a pink coat when we do the 4th of July.
Shimmy left, now shimmy right. Add a little twist, make you feel so tight. Rock those hips side to side. Pump those fists, yeah, we're full of pride. On the football field to the boxing ring. Golf courses in the breeze, hear the freedom ring. On the boat in the store, we're turning it up. Come on, everybody. Let's do the trumpet trump. Yeah, shimmy and slide. We're loud, we don't hide. Flashing moves coast to coast. Let the beat collide. With the hat on tight, rocking red and white. It's the trumpet trump dancing through the night. It's the White House boogie. Feel the groove in your feet. We're making moves. Yeah, we're bringing the heat. Oh! Step back, then hop forward, spin around, show your power, clap your hands, stomp the floor. We're breaking it down from shore to shore. Whether you're chilling in the city or out on the farm, doing it like Trump, yeah, it's the new charm. Make it big, make it bold, never keep it small. It's the trumpet trump, y'all, we standing tall. Swing your arms like you're driving the deal. Shake it off, show the world how you feel. To the left, to the
Breaking news from Kat. She said, Trump just shrinks my nipples. He is so unclassy, but not my circus, not my monkeys. LOL. Ooh, I got it for you, girlfriend. I'm going to irritate you for a while.
standing tall. Swing your arms like you're driving the deal. Shake it off, show the world how you feel. To the left, to the right, now drop it low. Hit that pose, yeah, let's steal the show. Yeah, shimmy and slide, we're loud, we don't hide. Flashing moves coast to coast, let the beat collide. With the Mac hat on tight, rocking red and white. It's the trumpet trump, dancing through the night. It's the White House boogie, feel the groove in your feet. We're making moves, yeah, we're bringing the heat. So shimmy left and shimmy right. Twist it up, yeah, feel the vibe. Rock those hips and pump your fists. The Trumpty Trump dance, it's a hit, can't miss. From the fields to the ring, we're turning it up. Come on, everybody, let's do the Trumpty Trump. 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 Come on, everybody, let's do the Trumpty Trump.
Kay just said she has her Chiefs bracelet on that she got for Christmas. Wow, you've got to be kidding me.
I'm so happy.
Me too. That's what she got for Christmas.
That means we're going to win the Super Bowl.
I'm telling you.
If we have our Canadian friends wearing Chiefs gear, I'm very excited about that.
Yep. It's going to be huge tomorrow. And I don't even know what's going to go down. I mean, with security, the president's going to be there.
Yep. Trump will be there and the Chiefs will win, and that will solidify everything.
Yep. Kat said, don't you use a groundhog to decide who wins the Super Bowl? No, that's for
we don't
spring.
No, we don't do that.
No, we don't.
No.
No. Now we're going to get to the Chiefs. I want to hear what you guys think is going to happen tomorrow. Will the Chiefs, my team, since I was 8 years old.
Oh, that's longer than me because I was 13.
You were 13 when you found the
88,
Chiefs?
88. Yep.
In 88, why'd you come to the Chiefs?
Derek Thomas.
Really? And you've
I
got all
watched
those
him-
teams
I
in New
watched him-
York?
I was watching him when he was playing football in Alabama.
Okay.
Yep, I watched him when he was playing football in Alabama, and he was special. He did things that next to Lawrence Taylor, I've never seen a linebacker play the way that he played. And he is the second coming of Lawrence Taylor, and he is the best linebacker, outside linebacker, DN, whatever you want to call him. He played many positions, the best ever. And then he went to Kansas City, and I've been a Kansas City fan forever, forever, from New York.
Well, I told you my story about the Chiefs because on Fridays we were encouraged to wear something from a sports team. It can be your local school, college team, kids would make t-shirts, everything. And I saw all those Dallas Cowboy pieces of shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't like the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, you chose the Chiefs because you had a choice of teams. I chose the Chiefs because of the most legendary player to ever play the game, Derek Thomas. And by the way, I will be wearing DT on Sunday. I will be wearing DT on Sunday.
Really, all day? I told you about my t-shirt that my mom made me. It's a red t-shirt, and she drew up the sleeves, had yellow ribbons on it, and it said KC. Well, let's get to it.
Are you going to play some Derek Thomas highlights?
No, I'm
I asked
talking.
you earlier. I wanted to talk about Derek Thomas highlights.
No, honey, I'm talking about this year, and then we're getting back to the trial. But I appreciate you asking. This is for Kat.
Playoff football is the most meaningful football that you'll ever play in your life. I truly believe that leaning on the guys around you is one of the most important things that you can do, and banding together as a team.
The margin for error is just so tiny.
When it comes your way, just make the play. Enjoy the opportunity to go out here and live out your dream.
Living in the play, living in the moment, going out there and being the best that I can be, and letting the rest handle itself.
Let me tell you what, it really pisses me off that the Chiefs can't play in their own stadium. They've got to go to New Orleans. Patrick has never lost in a dome.
Now we know the path officially. We know what's going to take for the Chiefs to go on a run for a three-peat early Saturday, 3:30 at Arrowhead. Texans we are probably the team that nobody in America is rooting for.
If you are a player and you look at Hunt.
Fun fact, when Patrick Mahomes got recruited, I lost my shit. I was so mad. Was I not, Greg?
We were not happy about that.
I was so mad. No, you were fine with it because you watched that game between Texas Tech and OU. I wanted Baker.
We did.
I wanted Baker Mayfield to
We
go.
did want Baker, but we ended up with Patrick, and I was like, God damn. But Patrick.
Kat just said Mahomes for life.
He is the most amazing thing to happen to football. The dude was created by the gods himself.
Well,
to
you
play
can't
football.
say that to my son.
I can.
No, you
I
can't.
can.
No, because
I've watched football for almost 50 years of my life.
no, you haven't.
And
You didn't watch no football when you were a baby in the crib.
Sure I did.
No, you didn't.
Sure did.
No, you didn't.
Sure did. Sure did.
So when Kent talks about Brett Favre, don't be,
He doesn't even compare to Patrick Mahomes. Brett Favre can't hold Patrick Mahomes' jockstrap. You got me? Can't even hold it. Patrick Mahomes is a legend. He's a legend now. 10 years from now, he's going to surpass. Nobody will even think about Tom Brady. Nobody. He's done more in 7 years than Tom Brady ever did in 20.
Tom Brady basically
He said
it.
that.
He said it.
that. The dude's invincible.
Okay, let's watch this.
And DeAndre Hopkins is another one where you've been waiting your whole career for this opportunity.
Xavier Worthy was at the podium yesterday, and he got asked a very simple question, which is, who is the wide receiver who helped you the most? His answer to that question was DeAndre Hopkins.
I was just a kid from a small town who wanted to play in the NFL. I did that. Then I got a second contract.
Pass is caught by Hopkins. So on, Anderson.
The longer I played in the NFL, the more intelligent I became.
It's a walk-off touchdown by Kareem Hunt.
Kareem Hunt has a resurgence of his career, coming off of the couch and playing well for this team.
I just think the experience helped. All of us played a lot of football, and we've been out there a lot in big games.
Any NFL postseason game takes everything up a notch. It was just seconds after Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. That was 11 months ago. The messaging direct and sublime. Could Kansas City three-peat?
This moment right here is what we work for. Every single day we go out and grind. This is what we work for. Make sure when you get an opportunity in this game, you go out and take it. You go out and take advantage of this. We fly around, we play together, and we go out there and find a way to get a win. Playmakers on 3, 1, 2, 3.
They've worked hard to get the bye.
Okay, there's Kat's man. You want to hear a funny story? Kids from around our neighborhood.
Chris Jones is a beast.
He's a beast. You're right.
He's a beast.
Kids from around our neighborhood, they all have Patrick Mahomes
haircut.
Yeah. Yeah.
They do. We get the twins next door. The
twins.
got twins next door. And I swear to Christ, they look just like Patrick Mahomes. They got the haircut and everything.
Yeah.
It was just seconds after Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. That was 11 months ago. The messaging direct and sublime. Could Kansas City three-peat?
This moment right here is what we work for. Every single day we go out and grind. This is what we work for. Make sure when you get an opportunity in this game, you go out and take it. You go out and take advantage of this. We fly around, we play together, and we go out there and find a way to get a win. Playmakers on 3, 1, 2, 3.
They've worked hard to get the bye. Now they hope that fruit pays off.
Man, your block, straight to finish. Put it in the end zone. To the house, 1, 2, 3, to the house. Come on, baby.
Nico Remigio and Samaje Perine will take the kick from Kaimi Fairbairn. And it's a short kick. It will be returned between the hash marks. And Kansas City will have the football, recovering the Remigio fumble on the kickoff return.
Playing a team for the second and third time, you have a familiarity with the team that you're playing.
3rd and 11, Mahomes to the end zone. Pass incomplete for Hollywood Brown. And the Chiefs have the first points of the game.
This Houston defense, again, very aggressive and athletic. He gets pummeled.
It'll go down as a sack, and Butker has to come on again for Kansas City.
Well, if anyone wants eggs, my husband is suddenly an expert in
Chicken farming.
Chicken farming, so we can probably give them away. I mean, you're lucky if one chicken lays 6 eggs a year.
No, they don't. No, you've never been around chickens, I guess.
You've never been around chickens.
Yes, I have. Yes, I
No,
have.
you went to
Yes,
that
yes.
fucking meth house in Floyd, New York, where they have chickens.
Don't tell me.
No, get real, Greg.
A good laying chicken probably give 3 eggs a day.
Okay.
That's a good laying chicken. Yeah.
Can I please get back to my damn Super Bowl?
Yes.
And I'm telling you something right now.
And I am so happy that Kat is the biggest Chiefs fan in England. That makes me so happy.
Yeah. And when we have trivia tomorrow, whoever wins will get a Chiefs t-shirt.
A jersey?
No, not a jersey, a t-shirt.
What kind of a bullshit t-shirt or a real t-shirt?
What do you mean, a bullshit t-shirt or a real t-shirt?
Like a good t-shirt. Like, I mean,
It's not going to be like one that I made. No, it's just going to be a Kansas City Chiefs t-shirt.
okay.
Good Lord, Greg.
Playoff Harrison gives the Chiefs 3 more points. Kansas City shows blitz, and now Stroud loses the ball. The ball is out. Charles Omenihu came on the pressure.
Something extra, something different, and be one step ahead.
All the way down to the Texan 5-yard line with a 49-yard catch and run. It looks like playoff Kelsey's back. Hunt trying to plow right side. Touchdown! Kansas City! Into some tricky circular winds. It is good.
Great job! Great job! Great job! Great job! Great job! Great job!
Here we go. They just said they were going to run the ball. Here we go. We got to squash that. We got to come back out. You got to stop the run. All right? We got to make sure we stop the run.
So the Chiefs still have the lead at 13-12, but the Chiefs now, they have gone a full quarter and not had a meaningful offensive snap.
In the playoffs, they happen so fast. You work so hard all year long to get so few opportunities.
Mahomes goes over the middle. Kelsey with the catch. Peels to the inside. He's at the inside the 10.
That's what I've done as I've gotten more and more playoff games, is living in the play, living in the moment.
Chiefs lead 13-12. They had 3rd down and goal. Mahomes stepping up again, tries to throw light. Caught! Touchdown! Kansas City! Travis Kelsey!
Letting the rest handle itself.
Good play here. Nobody does it better.
Okay, real quick, V. Oakley said that she's going to get the app to Discord and come in soon. Did Kat send you the invite? Because if anyone doesn't know, I'm not allowed to touch controls in Discord.
No, that's under Kat's control.
Okay. So if you send me an email saying that there's an issue in Discord or you want to get in, I forward it to Kat.
Yeah, take it with Kat. Take it up with Kat.
Because I have messed it up way too much. Okay, V. Oakley said she did. Well, I mean, my goodness.
Good job, Kat.
Way to go,
Good
Kat.
job, Kat.
Way to go, Kat. All right. Let's have a round of applause for Kat. All right, that's amazing. And if you come into Discord, we will be watching the game together tomorrow.
We're not going live for the game.
No, because CBS Viacom will shut it right now. So I'm just going to stream it from the computer off the TV.
Can OJ do commentary?
Oh, yeah, OJ will. Absolutely.
Okay, well, as long as he says he can do commentary, that's great.
Yeah, my kitty absolutely will. My kitty will be here. He's really excited about the food. Speaking of, can you put the rest of that stuff up that's on the counter? And we got to start working on those egg rolls and everything because we only have so much time.
I put everything up. There's only bottles up on the counter. I put everything up.
No, it looks pretty cluttered to me, Greg.
No, well, the bugles are on the counter. Yep, I did do that. Yep.
Okay.
How many more chances is Houston going to have?
You know, when the trenches play great, that gives our team the best chance to win.
Here comes a rush against Stroud on 4th down, and he's going to go down. George Karlaftis. 1st and 10, C.J. Stroud. Going left, he's going to be wrapped up and sacked. George Karlaftis.
In this league, if you let a quarterback sit back there and not feel any pressure, all those guys can make all the throws. You can only cover them for so long.
2nd down and 10. They're coming after Stroud again. He'll step up. He's hit from behind and tackled. That will be a sack.
The secret ingredients to the game is to put pressure on the quarterback.
Big play here. 3rd and 10 Texans.
Finish.
The way I took it.
I can tell you right now, Steve Spagnuolo, if he was coaching when we played Tampa Bay against Tom Brady, we would have won.
Yeah.
Andy Reid had too many things on his mind.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Hold on. Tarhel said, I'm making egg roll in a bowl for dinner tonight. Oh, that
sounds
good. Are you using like the pork and the cabbage and all that stuff? Oh, that sounds so good. No, we're putting together like tiny egg rolls. So when people come through tomorrow, excuse me, my throat's clogged up. They can just grab something to eat.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We've got some wine, we've got some beer, and whatever people want to do. This one egg roll we're making, and we've done it before. We've got it from Kilkenny's over in Tulsa. So we got our own egg roll wrappers. And so what we do is we put corned beef and Swiss cheese and sauerkraut in the egg roll wrapper. And we roll it up and put it in the air fryer. And then we have Thousand Island as the dipping sauce.
Mm-hmm. And I'm making my special this year, since the Chiefs are winning the Super Bowl this year in New Orleans, I'm making jambalaya egg rolls.
You're making jambalaya egg rolls?
I am. Yes, I am. I'm making jambalaya egg rolls. Yes. Yeah, I got boudin. I'm going to put some boudin in there, and I got some peppers and onions and the Holy Trinity all in there. With some diced tomatoes in there. Yep, I'm making jambalaya egg rolls.
Okay, well, I'm just making, I'm making chili. We're going to have the shrimp ring. I know Angela's bringing over some chicken salad sandwiches.
Oh, well, okay, good.
But, basically I just said,
saying how to Gaelic.
Bring whatever you want. Gaelic's in chat, hon.
I didn't know Gaelic was in chat.
Yeah. You got to keep up, Greg.
Stroud takes the 3rd and 10 snap, stepping up. Gringolf and sacked again. Karlaftis is just eating this team alive.
Go, Jordan!
And that is the 8th sack by Kansas City. Fairbairn will try a 35-yard field goal from the near hash. Tommy Townsend holds it. Fairbairn. Blocked! It's blocked! The Chiefs blocked the field goal!
We headed to the AFC Championship. We're going to the AFC Championship.
To the AFC Championship game for a remarkable 7th consecutive year.
not only are we going on to play an AFC Championship game, but this young man right here earned his 300th career win tonight. Only 4 coaches all time have done that. Hey, great job today, like he said, but it ain't over. Make sure we come back ready to go next week. Chiefs on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I'm so excited for tomorrow. Kat said Gaelick's got money on the Chiefs. Have you seen the books in Las Vegas? All these people putting money on the Eagles.
I will put a bet right now. If anyone wants to pull in money, I will put a money line. We got 1.5 points in favor of the Chiefs. Saquon Barkley has to go under 120 yards. I'm ready to bet. I think the Chiefs are going to whip the dog shit out of them, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm going to try to call Chris Shook real quick.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not.
Yeah, because I'm really tired of his rhetoric about the Eagles. It's okay. We're all friends here. Hang on.
Hi, this is Chris Shook with Stout Construction. Please.
Loser. I'm going to call his wife. I don't know why they're running from me. I'm only giving them facts. This is getting really ridiculous. We've been friends for,
30 years.
Yeah, like 30 years. Okay, I'll call her ass real quick. Good for you.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Well, they're invited to the Super Bowl party tomorrow. Turhell said, Brooks, I get to come off my diet. I've lost my Now we're back in.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, you can continue. Your Honor, that was the end of that video clip. We just wanted to double check.
Yes.
We can go ahead and submit that to the court reporter. It was exhibit number 184. Okay. Okay. Anything else that you did personally involving this investigation other than continuing to be a liaison between the different agencies involved?
That's it.
Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Thank you, Judge. She kind of stole one of my questions. This is the absolute only involvement you had in this case. I'll go back to that a little bit, other than, I guess, your administrative roles as a liaison. That's correct. And these 2 interviews that you initiated or done with Ms. Boswell, those both the same day? Yes, sir. What date was that? February the 20th. Now, did you Mirandize her? No, sir. Were you the first person to interview her on the 20th? If there was more after me, I believe so. So you believe you might have been, would that have been the first interview we watched?
I think so.
And that would have been before Detective Gillum or Lieutenant Williams.
I'm not for sure of the time.
I'm sorry, I think those were different dates.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
that's okay. Do you recall anybody else interviewing Megan that day?
No, sir.
So it was just you and you alone.
I believe so.
And then you interviewed her a second time on the same day.
That's correct.
And how much space was in between those two interviews? How much time?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that.
Well, I'm not trying to trick you, but is it an hour, 2 hours, or just?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's okay. You interviewed her on the first one, and I imagine you stepped out of the office for some time. Would that be a fair statement?
I can't. Been 5 years. I'm sorry, I can't.
That's okay. You eventually come back and interview
That's
her.
correct. That's correct.
She never left.
No.
And came back for a second interview.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Be safe to assume she just sat there until the second interview occurred.
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what time that was?
No, I sure don't.
What would have been your normal duty hours that day?
With an investigation like that, it could have been at any given time. I don't know. My normal work day would be like 0800 to 5 o'clock in the evening, but it could have been prior to that or even after.
Possibility these interviews could have occurred after 5 p.m.
Yes.
You just don't know.
Correct.
Fair enough. Have just a second, Judge.
Yes.
Be fair to say, though, that your second interview would have essentially been a continuation of the first interview with attenuated by a brief amount of time.
That would be fair to say.
Okay. And you said you'd been a detective, actually the captain over the detectives. You were the captain of that little division, so to speak.
Yes.
Both literally and figuratively in rank.
Yes.
And I imagine you've conducted a lot of interviews over your years of law enforcement.
Yes.
At the onset of this first interview, we hear Megan ask about her boyfriend, and you indicate that he's coming down to see her.
Yes.
And she represents she doesn't want that to happen.
Correct.
Did that have any significance to you as an investigator?
No, not at that point. During the course of the investigation, I was doing my best to either get new information or to clarify other information. So when she said that, that's when I believe I stepped out to ask to have a phone call made by another detective for her.
And that would that be to just prevent the boyfriend from coming down?
She was wanting to see her mother, if I remember correctly, wanting her mother to pick her up.
And not her boyfriend?
Correct.
And that never resonated with you of why would she not want that?
Objection to speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, Judge. Can I just say? Really what you were interviewing about on this day was essentially the same subject matter, a missing child, that Detective Raz and Lieutenant Gillum interviewed.
Yes,
her.
sir.
So that was the focus of all of these interviews.
Yes, sir.
And so whether you interviewed first or they interviewed later, they would all be a continual interview over a matter of time.
It was a continuing effort.
I'll take that. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You're released from your security. You're free to go. All right, next.
Does it recall Jeffrey Blanton?
right hand. State your name.
Jeff Blanton.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
So your name is Jeffrey Blanton.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Your last name spelled Blanton. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by East Tennessee State University.
Okay. And what is your title there?
I'm the Associate Vice President of Administration and Operations
Okay. How long have you been with ETSU?
since January of 2021.
Okay. And is that where you were employed in late 2019 and early 2020?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Okay. Where were you employed during that time?
By the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. In what capacity?
At that time, I was the supervisory senior resident agent in charge of the Upper East Tennessee.
Okay. And how long did you work for the FBI?
Just shy of 25 years.
Okay. Were you always employed with Upper East Tennessee Division?
No, ma'am, I've traveled other
Okay.
places.
Okay. Were you a member of the state or Safe Streets Task Force?
Yes, ma'am. I actually started the Safe Streets Task Force in Johnson City in 2012. And during 2019, I supervised the Safe Streets Task Force.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, the Safe Streets Task Force is made up of federal, state, and local officers and agents. And the purpose of the task force is to combat violent crimes. The typical violent crime you think of in bank robbery, drugs, extortions. And we also got involved in crimes against children as it relates to the Lindbergh Law of 1932.
Okay. And were you employed in that capacity on that task force along with the FBI when you were asked to aid in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. What were you tasked with doing?
Detective Strickler from the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office notified me that there was a missing child in Sullivan County under the tender age, which by statute is 12 years old.
Okay.
That gives the FBI jurisdictional authority to assist local agencies in trying to find that missing child.
Okay.
So I actually didn't have any agents available to come talk with Detective Strickler. So myself and another task force officer came here to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and met with Detective Strickler in regards to missing juvenile.
Okay. So in order for it to make sure I'm clear, in order for the FBI to be able to have jurisdiction and to provide aid, it needs to be a child 12 years of age or younger.
By our policy, we use the Lindbergh Law, the tender age law of 12.
Okay.
It gives us jurisdiction to work those cases.
Okay.
However, we're not restricted by that if someone asks for help either.
Okay. So tender age being 12 or under
young-
12?
Or younger, yes, ma'am,
Okay.
that's correct.
And at some point in the investigation, did you yourself speak with Megan Boswell, the defendant?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Was anyone else present when you spoke with Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am. Task Force Officer Todd Wilcox
Okay.
was also present during that interview.
Okay. And what agency was Todd Wilcox employed with?
Todd was assigned full-time to the FBI Safe Streets Task Force, but his home office was the Irwin Police Department.
Okay. And on February 19th, 2020, is that when the interview took place with Megan Boswell, with Todd Wilcox being present as well?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And where did that interview take place?
That interview occurred here at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And where in the sheriff's office did it occur?
There was a room, I'm going to assume it was an interview room outside of the detective's offices.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Was this interview video or audio recorded?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury why it was not?
Certainly. FBI policy does not allow us to audio or video record interviews outside of FBI space.
Okay.
If we are in FBI space, then certainly that's an option, but this interview was not recorded.
Okay. Let's see. Do you know how Megan Boswell got to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office that day?
I don't have. She volunteered. She spoke with me. She said voluntarily, but I'm not sure exactly if someone dropped her off. If she
Okay.
walked there, I don't know.
Okay. So you sat down with an interview with her, and what did she tell you regarding her missing child, Evelyn Boswell?
She told me and Agent Wilcox that she had last seen Evelyn Boswell on December the 25th of 2019.
Okay. And where did she say she had last seen Evelyn?
She last saw Evelyn at the residence of Ethan Perry's grandparents. I believe their names were Carl and Sherry.
Okay. And did she state that she left Evelyn there, or did she state that she took Evelyn back after she went to that residence?
Yes, ma'am. That I'll back up a little bit. The 25th is the last time she said that she saw her.
Okay.
She did tell me that she dropped her off at the residence on the 24th of December, the day before.
Okay. Was she able to give you an exact address of where she said Ethan was staying?
No, ma'am, she could not.
Okay. Did she say when she went to Carl and Sherry Perry's residence whether or not anyone was with her?
When she dropped Evelyn off on the 24th of December.
The 24th, okay.
Yes, ma'am. She indicated that she did that alone, that no one was with her when she
Alone.
dropped her off.
Okay. Did she tell you what she did after she dropped Evelyn off that day?
Yes, ma'am. She informed me that she and her family then went with her boyfriend at the time, a fellow by the name of Hunter Woods.
Okay.
That Hunter and her family went to Margaritaville in Pigeon Forge, spent the night in Margaritaville, and then came back to the Sullivan County area on December the 25th.
Okay. Okay. Did she tell you if she went back to the Perry's residence after she dropped her off on December 24th?
Yes, ma'am, she did. She indicated that she went back on the 25th.
Okay. Did she say why she went back?
Yes, ma'am. Upon returning from Pigeon Forge, Margaritaville, Pigeon Forge, Ms. Boswell indicated that she stopped by Tommy's house, I think Tommy Boswell Jr., if I
Okay.
remember correctly, and picked up some Christmas presents for Evelyn Boswell.
Okay.
On the 25th, she and her boyfriend, Mr. Woods, took the presents to the Perry's residence to drop them off for Evelyn.
Okay. And did she say whether or not they went into the house that day?
Ms. Boswell indicated that Mr. Woods did not go with her up to the residence, that he dropped her off at the end of the driveway. She walked to the residence, and that she did not go into the house that day.
Okay. So she indicated that Hunter Wood stayed at the end of the driveway.
That's correct.
So did she indicate that they didn't even pull up to the top of the driveway to the house?
She indicated they did not pull up to the top of the driveway.
Why did she say that she wouldn't pull up to the top of the driveway?
She had some concern that Mr. Perry and Mr. Woods may get in some sort of argument or altercation. Therefore, Mr. Woods stayed at the bottom of the driveway, and Ms. Boswell went up to the residence alone.
Okay. Did she indicate that she spoke with Ethan that day?
She did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she indicate whether or not she saw Evelyn that day?
She indicated that she did see Evelyn on the 25th, but according to memory, she saw her on the 25th, but less than an hour.
Less than an hour. Okay. Did she indicate whether she saw anyone else at the residence that day?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Okay. And did she indicate that she went back to the residence at any time after that?
I don't have a recollection that she went back. I know she tried to make contact, she said, with her daughter Evelyn later, but I don't recall she going back. She went back to the residence.
Okay, so it's your belief that the last date was December 25th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To your knowledge, did she tell you whether or not she'd ever left Evelyn with Ethan Perry prior to this time?
I don't recall that she indicated she had ever left her daughter with Ethan Perry prior to this.
Did she talk at all about the fact that Ethan was in the Army?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Okay. What did she say about that?
She told me that Ethan was in the Army, that he was home on break, and she was going to let her daughter Evelyn stay with Ethan, who she indicated was his biological father, for the holiday.
Okay.
And that he also indicated that his contract was up or was soon to be up with the Army.
Okay. Okay, so after that date, December 25th, did the defendant indicate that she continued to go over to Ethan's house to try to see Evelyn?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Okay. So did she tell you she did not try to go back over?
Yes, ma'am. I recall having a conversation, and she said that she called, I think on New Year's Eve.
Okay.
But that she did not see Evelyn. There was some discussion, she indicated, between her at some point. I don't know if it was the 24th or 25th. I don't recall specifically. Maybe both days. She said they did get into an argument that Mr. Perry said that he was going to try to get custody.
Okay. So she's telling you that Ethan had threatened her.
With attempting to get custody of Evelyn, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Did she show you any proof of any custody paperwork at any time?
She did not. I recall asking her who the biological father was on the birth certificate, and she indicated that it was not Mr. Perry. But I don't have any recollection of who that person was, if
Okay.
listed at all.
So at some point she told you Ethan Perry was not the father.
Not listed on the birth certificate.
Not listed on the birth certificate. Okay, I apologize. Okay. So did Megan ever say why she hadn't contacted law enforcement when she could not get in touch with Ethan Perry?
Yes, ma'am, she did. I asked that question, and she said that because Mr. Perry had made threats that he would attempt to gain custody of the child,
Okay.
that she was fearful if she went to law enforcement that would further anger him and bolster his case about getting custody of the child.
Okay. Okay, so Megan has told you that she's never left Evelyn to stay with Ethan before this date. Did she ever explain to you why she felt like it was okay to leave Evelyn with essentially a stranger to Evelyn?
She indicated that she was, I recall her using the words worn out,
Okay.
that Evelyn was attached to her at the hip, and she needed a break, that she had taken care of Evelyn for a year, and she felt like it was time for Mr. Perry to step up.
Okay.
And that she had also been taking care of her father or stepfather's children, other children in the home.
Okay.
And she was tired.
Did she indicate whether or not she could handle Evelyn herself?
She indicated she was just getting too much to handle. Yes, ma'am.
Did you explain to Megan Boswell that the repercussions of lying to an FBI agent?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did she indicate that she understood?
Yes, ma'am, she did verbally.
Okay. Did she ever tell you she wanted to correct any of the information that she had given you?
No, ma'am, I went through all of the information in the notes that were taken and read them back to Miss Boswell, and she indicated she had nothing to correct.
Okay. So she continued to say that everything that she told you about Ethan was true.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am, she did.
During this interview, can you describe Megan Boswell's demeanor?
Yes, ma'am. Megan Boswell was very matter of fact, completely unemotional. It seemed to be unattached to the gravity of trying to locate a 1-year-old child at the time. She did show some emotion, began to tear up a little when I told her that she could be charged with a felony pursuant to lying to an agent if what she was saying was not true.
Okay, so after that date, as the investigation continued, were you able to confirm whether the story she was telling you on that date was true or not?
At a later date, yes, ma'am. I was able to confirm that she had not been truthful with me during that initial interview.
Okay. Please answer any questions that have been asked for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blanton. My name is Gene Scott. How are you?
Great, sir. Hope you are.
Thank you. What time of day was it when you arrived at the sheriff's department to conduct this interview?
It would have been in the afternoon. I can't give you an exact time, but I recall Detective Strickler calling me. I was actually sitting at my desk, so it was in the afternoon, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And as I understand it, it was at your behest that the interview was not recorded in that room. You had the cameras turned off because of FBI policy.
Yes, sir. The FBI, we take copious notes and document thoroughly and go back over with the person we're interviewing to make sure the person is true and accurate in what we have documented. And our policy at the time, I know I've been retired for a few years, but our policy at the time was not to record those interviews.
Okay.
Not unless they occurred in FBI space.
Prior to conducting this interview, had you watched any other interviews of Megan Boswell with law enforcement?
No, sir, I had not personally watched any.
Okay. Had you been made aware of other interviews with her?
It seems like Detective Strickler may have spoken with her prior to me speaking with her, but I don't know the gist of those interviews.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
You're released from your subpoena. Next.
State would call David Gratz.
Raise your right hand, state your name.
David Gratz.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Please tell the jury your name and please spell your last name for them, please.
My name is David Gratz. It's spelled Gratz.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm an attorney in the private practice of law.
Okay. And prior to that, where were you employed?
By the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. When did you first start with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
In August of 2019.
Okay. And what was your title during that time?
I was a special agent criminal investigator.
Okay. Can you give the jury a brief summation of what that job entails?
Yes, I was assigned to the criminal investigation division. So it's what a larger department might call like a major crimes unit. So we investigated things like death investigations, missing persons, adults and children, officer-involved shootings, and public corruption.
If you can also just give the jury a brief summation of your education up until the point of starting your first job.
So I graduated from East Tennessee State University with a bachelor's degree in 2011. I continued on and went to law school at Lincoln Memorial University School of Law and graduated with a law degree in 2014. And do you want me to go into my first employment?
Please.
My first position was with the District Attorney General's office in the 3rd Judicial District, primarily assigned in Morristown.
Okay. And then you went to the TBI thereafter. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
And were you called to assist in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Which agency requested the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's help?
Initially, it was called in by the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office for us to assist in an investigation of a missing child. And later, we were formally requested in writing to assist by the District Attorney General, Barry Stoltz.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a formal request for investigation, commonly issued by district attorney generals throughout the state to request the TBI to investigate facts and circumstances of a potential crime.
Okay. And is that how the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation essentially is officially called in to investigations?
In a lot of what CID does, yes, we are requested by the district attorney general.
Okay. And on this specific request, what were you being asked to do?
It's essentially just to gather the facts and circumstances of the whereabouts of a missing child.
Okay.
It was Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. Were you given any background information to help you start your investigation?
And like most cases, you receive very little background information. Initially, I was just essentially told that she was missing, that her mother had been located, and law enforcement had talked to her at that point. And I think that's about all I was told initially.
Okay. And we can pass that back. We're not going to put that into evidence. I just wanted you to be able to see that document.
Thank you. Thank you.
We approach her.
This is.
to pass you a document.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is essentially a standard form made by TBI in Nashville of an Amber Alert poster. And it was issued specifically for the victim here, Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the Amber Alert that was prepared and in regards to missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, it is.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 185.
Would be 185.
Defense. And permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay. I'm going to ask you a few questions about this. You said this is the Amber Alert that was sent out in regard to missing child Evelyn Boswell. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you recall when the Amber Alert was issued?
Yes, it was in the evening of February the 19th,
Okay.
2020.
Okay. February 19th. Okay.
Okay, DC said, is this live? Yes, we are live on a Saturday.
Where the hell did the fucking can opener go?
Honey, the can opener is in the cabinet above the dishwasher. But yes, we are live right now.
And where does that go? Does that go just to the state of Tennessee, or how is the determination made on how far that would go?
That's a question that I don't specifically know the answer to.
Okay.
I know they are issued statewide.
Okay.
I know depending on the location, it can travel over into different states at times.
Okay. And the information on the bottom of this, it's pretty small print.
I can see it.
Okay, you can see it, okay?
I can.
Is the information listed here, and for where had the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation taken these details that are listed on the Amber Alert?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand your question.
Where did you get the information that Evelyn was last seen wearing a pink tracksuit?
That information was provided to us by the defendant.
Okay. Where did you get information about a BMW?
Also from the defendant.
Okay. All right. Okay. So after the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was assigned, can you give a brief description of how you, let me back up one step. What was your role in this investigation with the TBI?
I was assigned as the TBI case agent.
Okay, so that means essentially the lead case agent over the case for the TBI.
For TBI, yes.
Okay, so after you were assigned this investigation, can you give us a brief description of how you conducted your investigation?
So initially, you just arrive on scene and you try to get as much information as you can. You talk to the people who have already been there, find out what they have done. You talk with the local agency or agencies that are already involved, and you really just try to understand what's going on in the investigation and what has been done so far.
Okay. And were you working with other agencies at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Which other agencies around February 18th, February 19th?
When I first arrived, it was TBI was on scene at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office with Sullivan County, and I believe there were members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation on scene, FBI.
Okay. And how do you meet? How did all these agencies coming together? How do they decide how to execute a plan in an investigation like this?
In the initial phases, you really do the best you can, but it oftentimes goes to either the case agent or the highest in chain of command that is on scene, and they get together and decide which agency will play a role in what, and you just divvy up tasks.
Okay. As part of what you did you go to the trailer that Megan Boswell lived in with Evelyn prior to Evelyn going missing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember when you went to that trailer?
That would have been the evening of the 19th of 2020, February 19th.
So the same day the Amber Alert went out?
That is correct.
Okay. Anyone go with you to that trailer?
Yes, investigator Tracy Haraz with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Why did you go there?
We were going initially to meet a young man named Austin Feller.
Okay. And did the defendant still live at that trailer?
No, she no longer lived there.
Okay. Was anyone living in that trailer at the time?
Yes, there were current tenants who had moved in.
Okay. If I could please see exhibits number 49 and 50. I'm going to show you two documents that have already been introduced into evidence. Is this the trailer that you were describing as being the defendant's trailer?
Yes.
Okay. Just another view. Is that an accurate view of that trailer?
It is.
Okay. And do you know the street address for that trailer?
I believe it's at 976 Sugar Hollow Road.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
It is.
Okay. Were you able to determine who actually owned the trailer?
Yes, I believe it belonged to the defendant's family, either her dad or her brother, some type of association owned it.
Okay. Were you able to determine if the defendant had left any property behind when she moved out?
Yes, we learned that there was still some property at the site.
And were you given consent to search that site and or anything attached to that property?
Yes, we were given consent to search a small outbuilding that was right there next to that trailer.
Okay. And did you also conduct a search outside the trailer?
I did, yes.
What were you looking for?
Any signs of disturbed dirt, anything that would lead us to believe that the victim may still be there, or anything that would lead us to her current whereabouts.
Okay. Did you find Evelyn?
No, we did not.
Did you find anything else that was significant to the investigation regarding anything associated with Evelyn?
Well, we did inside of the shed that was next to the trailer.
Okay. So what did you find in the shed?
A stroller that had been left behind.
Okay. I'm going to show you two photographs.
Okay, listen, you all.
That's gonna cook down a lot, right? Yep.
Megan used Evelyn like an accessory, like a purse, like something you take to a party. She wasn't fully invested in being a mother. Hence why she lied about who Evelyn's real father is.
Do you still have the photographs?
All right, objection's overruled.
Yes, I do.
You still have the photographs? Okay.
I do.
Okay. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What is it?
These are two photographs of the stroller we found that evening.
Okay. And were you able to determine whose property that was?
Yes, this belonged to the defendant.
Okay. So when you say belonged to the defendant, you found it where again?
in the shed that's essentially not attached, but very close to the trailer where the defendant was living.
Okay. So you said there were new tenants in that trailer.
That is correct.
Okay. Did they indicate that was their stroller?
No, they.
Okay, so let's please remember. And if anyone can post this in any of the Evelyn groups, wherever, you hang out on the internet, let them know we're live today on a Saturday. She was wrapped in aluminum foil that had the impression of her face. One of the impressions could show that her nose and mouth were open trying to breathe. Her head was pushed all the way back. I mean, imagine taking your head and touching your back. No, that wouldn't happen. No. But hers was. And in a trash can. And now here we are. Greg, what are you doing? It's the hyperextension of her neck, I will say, is horrible. But she was wrapped so tight that she could not get out. She couldn't bang over the trash can. She couldn't do anything like that. No, Megan put her in there, according to what court's saying, and just left her. Went back to the trailer, went on a date with Hunter. I mean, who knows? But she wasn't any way, shape, or form concerned about the struggle that Evelyn was going through.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you locate anything else of relevance to this investigation inside the shed?
Not that I can recall.
At this time, let me ask this. The photographs, are they fair and accurate representation of how the stroller appeared on that date?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask those be made, if possible, collective exhibit number 186.
The collective 186 of the defendant's objection.
Permission to publish. Is this the stroller that was inside the shed that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is this just a side view of that same stroller?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also take the stroller itself into evidence?
Yes, we did.
Okay. If, Your Honor, may he step down for a second? If you could step down to where the microphone is. And I'm going to ask if you can identify this piece, if you can recognize what that is.
Yes, I recognize that.
Okay, and what is it?
It's the stroller we found at the defendant's former trailer.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 187.
Be full exhibit 187, over objection.
And Your Honor, would you like for us to fold that up? They're not always the easiest. Ooh, good job. Do you need help? Roll it up. See if we can roll it under the table. That'll work. There you go. Thank you. So I'm assuming, was law enforcement working long hours during these first few days?
Absolutely.
Did you attempt to interview the defendant about Evelyn?
Yes, later that night.
Okay. And what would the date have been for that?
When we attempted the interview, it was on February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And about what time did that interview start?
Shortly before midnight and continued on into the early morning hours of February 20th
Okay. Where did it take place?
at the sheriff's office here in Blountville.
Okay. Was this interview audio or video recorded?
I believe that interview was audio only recorded.
Okay. And is that office that you interviewed located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Prior to talking with the defendant, did you Mirandize her?
I did.
Did she agree to speak with you?
She did.
During this interview, did she tell you the last time that she saw Evelyn?
Yes, she did.
Okay. When did she say she last saw Evelyn?
The day after Christmas on the 26th of December, 2019.
Okay. Where did she say she saw Evelyn?
At Ethan Perry's grandparents' house.
Who did she say Ethan was in relation to Evelyn?
She had told us, or the defendant being she, had told us that Ethan Perry was Evelyn's father.
Did you talk with her about where Ethan was living?
I did, yes.
Okay, what did you tell her?
Told her that, we had learned that Ethan was full-time in the military and was currently living on a base in Louisiana, I believe, and was living in a barracks on a base.
Okay. Had law enforcement already talked to Ethan at this point?
Yes, they had the Army's branch of CID.
Okay. And did you tell the defendant that?
I did.
What did you tell her about Ethan and Evelyn?
I essentially just told her that law enforcement had cleared that idea that Ethan had Evelyn inside of a barracks.
Okay. I'm going to go through some of your comments because they're great. I'm cleaning my glasses right now. Jody said he's not the father. No, Ethan is not the father. DC Primetime said, what baby is going to... Get my glasses on. To sit still and be wrapped in foil. Was she medicated? That is a big question. Evelyn was 15 months old. So exactly how was all this done? Because I mean, at that age, you know, kids are going to scream. They're going to be like, no, 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 unless Megan just decided that she didn't care.
Okay. Did Megan stay with that story about Ethan?
At that time, she maintained that all she knew was that Ethan had Evelyn.
Okay. And where did she say that she had been living?
As of recently, she told us, the defendant told us she had been living with her boyfriend, Hunter.
Okay. Did you ask her if Hunter could have hurt Evelyn?
I did. I asked that specifically.
What did she say?
The defendant said that Hunter would not do that.
Did you ask her if Hunter had?
Okay, let me correct myself. I see a few people in chat saying 13 months. 13 months. I'm talking about when she was reported missing. So her birthday is November 18th of 2018. So obviously she was a year old. And when you think about it, she would be in school now. She would have those bright blue eyes, talking to the teachers. She'd have a cute little backpack. And I'm telling you right now, Maggie had a ton of help. A ton of help. Her dad, her disgusting mom, her grandmother, her brother, Ethan's family, new boyfriends and their moms. She had plenty of people to help her. But it came down to one thing, and it was Chicken Shack.
I'd been around Evelyn at all.
I did, yes.
And what did she say?
Essentially, no. At that point, she said Hunter had never been around Evelyn.
Okay. Did she say if Hunter had ever babysat Evelyn?
We were told by the defendant that Hunter never babysat Evelyn.
Did she say if Hunter had ever held Evelyn?
The defendant told us that Hunter had never held Evelyn.
Okay. Did you ask her if Evelyn had ever stayed at Hunter's house over on Sandy Point?
Yes, I asked her about that, and the defendant told me that no, Evelyn had never stayed over at Hunter's residence.
Okay. Prior to when she said she left Evelyn with Ethan, did she indicate whether she'd ever left Evelyn with Ethan in the past?
She told us that Ethan had never kept Evelyn alone prior to that day.
Okay. Did she tell you whether or not Evelyn had met Ethan before?
They had been introduced, I believe, briefly prior to that day on a trip to Texas.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you how many times she'd seen Evelyn after leaving her with Ethan in December?
I believe that we had talked about that, yes.
Okay. Do you recall how many times she said she'd seen Evelyn?
I don't think she had seen Evelyn at all after that December 26th date.
Sorry to object. I'll not make the objection before we approach the bench.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you go with the officer.
One stand, please.
You may be seated. Thank you.
We'll take about 15-minute break. Mr. Gatz, please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness during the break. We'll allow him to discuss their testimony.
Yes, sir. Court stands in recess.
Okay, so they are on a short break. And let me tell you what, this trial is wild. You wouldn't think it would take that long to find out who did what. But I mean, everything we have seen over the years, it's way more complicated than what we know. So we're going to talk about the Chiefs for a little bit while we're unwinding. OMG, where is Kat? Where is Pat? Where is Susan? My husband is arguing with me right now about the queso we're making.
You messed it up.
I did not mess it up, Greg.
Messed it up.
No, no, you had it on low. It started to boil, and I turned it off to let it sit.
I'm sorry. Who went to college to be a chef? Not you.
Yeah. Well, Greg, I'm telling you right now, the queso will be fine, but you just can't worry it.
You don't touch it. It'll be fine.
Ridiculous behavior. Hold on for a second. Kat said she doesn't even know what queso is. It actually starts with a Q. It's Q-U-E-S-O. Kat, it's queso. It's a blend of cheeses, rotel. I put sausage in there. You can do anything with it. Velveeta cheese, which I don't recommend. Pat K said it's soup. I do mine as a dip.
It's kind of like cheese soup, but it's queso. It's way better.
Have you tasted it, Greg?
Yeah, since I recovered it, since you messed it up.
I didn't mess anything up. You're the one that had the stove still on, Greg.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Woo! Oh, nice spice. Yep, that's good queso. Yep. I'll put my stamp on that shit. I'll tell you what.
You like that, honey?
I'll put my stamp on that shit. Damn, that's good. I need a bucket of that queso.
Really?
Yeah, that's good. It's really good.
Do you have the burner off?
Yes. I'm not dumb.
Okay. Because, I mean, I've got the taco shells out right now. I'm doing taco salad for today.
I don't want no taco salad. You can have that.
What are you talking about? I just have 2 fucking taco shells out now, and you don't want to eat taco salad?
I don't like taco salad.
Since when?
I'll make a burrito.
You want a burrito?
I'll put it all in a burrito and I'll eat that. I don't like taco salad. I just
Honey, I have the shells and everything sitting right there.
You go ahead and eat it all. I don't like
This is very upsetting for me and my kitty.
Sorry.
You're really upsetting my kitty. Since when?
Ever. I don't like it.
I saw your ass at Wendy's one time, and you got a taco salad,
You're a
and
liar.
you said you
No.
wanted extra chili to put on your taco salad.
Maybe with some chili on it, but I'm not eating. I really don't like taco salad. It's not my go-to. Nope. I'm more of a burrito fan, fajita fan, chili con carne, things like that. Like good. I'm not really a taco salad guy. Nope, sorry.
Well, you're eating taco salad today.
Ask you those questions again, okay? Did Megan say she tried to get in touch with Ethan after the last time she had seen Evelyn?
I know she said that, yes.
Okay. Did she say she ever got worried about Evelyn and or her safety?
She said she had not.
Okay. Did you ask her why she hadn't contacted law enforcement?
We did ask her that.
And what was her response?
Specifically, I don't recall what she said.
Okay. What was her demeanor during this interview?
I would describe it as just very nonchalant.
Okay. And on this same day, do you recall being present when she was interviewed again?
Yes.
Okay. And was anyone else present during that interview?
Yes.
And who was present?
At the time, it was Sergeant Matt Price.
Okay. Was the interview audio and video recorded?
It was.
And where did it take place?
It was also at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And is that in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
It is.
How much time had passed from the interview we just talked about to this interview that we're getting ready to talk about?
Something like 8 hours. The interview we initially discussed ended at around 3 a.m. The interview at the next day was around midday, noon.
Okay. So you said the first one ended around 3 a.m. Is that right?
That is correct.
And what time do you believe the second one began?
It was around noon the following day, the
Okay.
20th.
Okay. Without going into the details of that interview, we're going to go ahead and jump ahead to the following day, February 21st. Was the defendant interviewed again on February 21st?
She was.
Was anyone else present for that interview?
Matt Price, at the
Okay.
sheriff's office.
Okay. And was that interview also audio and video recorded?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Prior to that interview, had the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation collected some of Megan Boswell's property from the residents of Hunter Wood?
Yes, a couple of our agents had collected some of her property.
Okay. And did Megan Boswell give you consent to search and collect those items?
She did.
Okay. Okay, just a second. Okay. Okay. Let's pass you some items from evidence. Would you prefer, I'll just send it.
Scissors up there.
There's a pair of scissors.
If you want.
Thank you.
If you could, just, there should be some gloves up there. Do you see gloves up on the table?
I do. I'm putting them on now.
Okay. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation collected some of Megan Boswell's property from the residents of Hunter Wood.
Yes, a couple of our agents had collected some of her property.
Okay. And did Megan Boswell give you consent to search and collect those items?
She did.
Okay. Okay, just a second.
Okay, so she's not crazy. She gave the FBI consent to take the items and search her property. So what is her excuse going to be? In my opinion, there's no excuse for murder. There's no excuse for neglect. There's no excuse for, things that, we have seen. Dirty ass house, cat shit around there. I mean, come on. You know how to spread your legs, so you know how to bend over, Maggie. Clean it up.
You have that one opened?
No, I was sort of waiting on you to ask
okay.
a question.
If you could go ahead and open that item. Okay, can you tell me what that is?
This is a small Polaroid type picture that the defendant described was taken at I believe that one was the Blowing Rock trip in North Carolina.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is there a date at all on that? There may not be, I don't know.
This photograph does not have a date on it.
Okay. And where did you obtain that photo? Was that from, where was that photograph obtained from?
It was from a box of belongings belonged to the defendant.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 188.
Okay. 188. You want it back in the envelope?
May we publish, Your Honor? permission to publish? Okay. And how did you know what this was a photograph of?
At the time during the interview, myself and Sergeant Price were sitting there with the defendant, pulling these items out, asking her to describe these items to us.
Okay. And she described that as being from Blowing Rock.
That's correct.
Okay. Oh, actually, I want to.
Could I get that exact knife?
Okay, again, I'm going to ask to open it and see if you can identify it.
All right.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
These are a couple of the brochures the defendant described as coming from the trip that they had taken over to North Carolina, they being the defendant and her boyfriend, Hunter.
Okay. So how many documents do you have in front of you?
3.
Okay. And what are they individually?
One is titled The Official Visitor's Map and Guide to Blowing Rock, North Carolina.
Okay.
Another one is Mystery Hill, which has a map of North Carolina. North Carolina's natural gravitational anomaly.
Okay.
Another one is North Carolina's oldest tourist attraction, the Blowing Rock.
Okay. If you could slide those back in, I'm going to show them to the defense really quickly. Your Honor, we'd offer this as exhibit number 189, please.
Any objection? No, sir. It's collected exhibit 189.
And where did you find those brochures?
They were with the defendant's belongings.
And where were, when you say the defendant's belongings, where were those belongings located?
Inside the residence of Hunter Wood.
Okay. That's the next. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
These are photographs of the defendant and Hunter Wood.
Okay. And is that also something that you collected from her belongings?
Yes.
Okay. Is it any, does it appear, well, if I could just pass those back first and let Mr. Scott take a look at those. May we approach?
Okay. I want to look at a comment from Rhonda B. She said, did you notice during the last interview, she turned her crying act off when he closed the door? I bet the jury noticed that.
Sure.
Well, I hope so, because I noticed it. When tears turn off and on like it's a sink, we know what's going on. We know what's going on.
All right, sustained in heart, overruled in heart.
And we'd ask these be made
Collective 190.
190. Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of one of the photos that you took from the defendant's property?
Yes, it is.
Were these located within anything?
They were inside of a box that the defendant identified as hers.
Okay. Same thing with that one?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a card titled Thinking of You with Love.
Okay. And does it have any names on it?
Yes, the names on it are Maggie and Hunter.
Okay. And can you tell the jury where that was collected?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. If you could pass that back, please.
Okay, now they're getting to it on a Saturday. With the defendant's belongings, that's when they found the title. Now, we heard from Randy Wood yesterday that said Megan's car was repossessed from the Chicken Shack parking lot. Her dad said he paid $20,000 cash for it. So did she get a title loan, a payday loan? What did she get for someone to come get it? Which, by the way, should be illegal. I mean, if you borrow $300 on a $20,000 vehicle, it kind of seems like the odds are in your favor. And I'm not done with Hunter. I'm telling you, he might not have anything to do with Evelyn, ever seeing her alive, anything with her. But he was the catalyst. DC Primetime said she was working all those hours so she not pay her car note. Her car was bought and paid for. She had no car note. Tommy Boswell was covering her insurance, giving her money for gas and everything. But when he said, I want children someday, just not other people's children, I think it ignited something.
We resolved it.
We resolved it. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
These are photographs of the victim, Evelyn, 2 photographs of Evelyn, 1 photograph of Evelyn with the defendant,
Okay, and where were those found?
with the defendant's belongings.
Okay, if you could pass those back, slide them back in the envelope and pass them back.
We resolved it.
We resolved it. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
These are photographs of the victim, Evelyn, 2 photographs of Evelyn, 1 photograph of Evelyn with the defendant,
Okay, and where were those found?
with the defendant's belongings.
Okay, if you could pass those back, slide them back in the envelope and pass them back.
Sustained.
First with Sergeant, now Lieutenant Price. Was that interview audio and video recorded?
Yes, it was.
Where did it take place?
At the sheriff's office.
And is that in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
During this interview, you discussed a second ago the term memory box. At some point, did you have an interview with the defendant regarding this memory box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit about, just briefly, what you did with the defendant?
During that interview, we had what the defendant referred to as the memory box, and we pulled items out of it sort of one by one and had the defendant identify what each item was and the significance of each item,
okay,
if any.
And what was your purpose in doing that?
You know, at that point, we were just following whatever leads were coming in. We had received that property, and we were trying to identify what it was, determine how it was relevant, and also establish a timeline for the last known whereabouts of Evelyn Boswell.
And did the defendant freely and voluntarily go through that box with you?
Yes.
Okay, give me just 1 second. Your Honor, may we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, if we go with the officer.
One stand, please. Might be seated. Thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess. Here for 10 minutes. You want to take whatever.
Okay, another break. You've got to be kidding me. DC Primetime said, can I go over the thumbnail? Absolutely. Hang on, I'm putting the link up right now.
Say what?
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
DC Primetime said, can I go over the thumbnail? I'm like, absolutely. Come on up. I mean, I need to know.
This is weird. I got kicked out. I'm trying to go back in.
Nufflin. Let me put my glasses on. She said, do you really think we get to know who the father is? Still think nobody knows. According to the detective, it's in the file. They know who he is. DC Primetime said, I meant, can you go over it? Sorry, autocorrect. Oh, that's all the people in Megan's life. Yeah, let me show you.
Yeah, do it, Brooks.
That's the boyfriend.
Break it down.
That's Ethan, who I swore was Evelyn's father. I swore he was. We have her mother and Will. I mean, the only one that did the right thing was Tommy Boswell. And some people say he didn't do the right thing. So I couldn't tell you. I mean, at all.
Ethan's a good dude.
Yep. I think Ethan's a good dude too.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But the dude went and served his country, got duped into thinking he had a child. Yeah, he was naive. He was naive.
Right, I agree.
But that doesn't make him, some kind of bad guy.
No.
These women that tell these guys that, oh, that's your kid, but it's not.
I don't understand it either, hon. I will never understand it. All right, we'll come back to this. DC Primetime said, what's the deal with her mom? Oh, if you go through the playlist, you'll understand Angela Boswell and her boyfriend at the time, Will McHenry.
And she told Tommy, don't kick the...
Yeah, and she told Tommy, don't say anything. I think she knew.
she definitely did. Why would she tell Tommy that?
Yep. All right, let's go through this. This might help.
He was going to regret it.
Yep, she did. You're right. Angela Boswell told Tommy Boswell when he's like, I'm looking for Evelyn. And he's like, I'm going to make some phone calls. And she said, you're going to regret it.
Puckett joins us tonight. Will, you've spent the day going back into our archives of everything that's happened leading up to this trial.
Yeah, Casey, from start to finish, the entire ordeal took nearly 1 month in the winter of 2020. From the time Megan Boswell first reported her 15-month-old daughter missing to when police found the body later determined to be that of Evelyn's on family property. The case of the missing 15-year-old captured the hearts and attention of people across the country. The case of missing Evelyn Boswell started on February 18th, 2020.
I want to start out by saying that we've been looking for baby Evelyn since last Tuesday.
Her mother, Megan, reported her missing nearly 2 months after Megan says she last saw her.
As you all know, she was first reported missing last week, and we're still searching for her and working to determine exactly when she disappeared.
Sullivan County Sheriff Jeff Cassidy gave that update in February of 2020, days after the first report and TBI's issuance of an Amber Alert for the little girl. Sheriff Cassidy saying Megan Boswell wasn't telling the clear truth.
A lot of the stuff.
That is horrible, Stephanie. Stephanie said my husband thought his daughter was his until she was 13 to 14 years old, and it broke him. I can imagine.
Absolutely. No, you couldn't imagine. You're not a man.
Yeah, no.
You're not a man. That would totally.
I know I'm not a man.
that
Are you
would
kidding me?
Totally break a man to think that your child is your child, and these women dupe men into thinking that they're their kid, and you invest everything into them because you love them, and then you find out by some chance they're not yours. That's so messed up. That's so messed up. It's not right.
No, it's not. Absolutely disgusting.
And TBI's issuance of an Amber Alert for the little girl. Sheriff Cassidy saying Megan Boswell wasn't telling the clear truth.
A lot of the stuff that you all are getting is from the mother, and you know, you take with it what you want, but she has been inaccurate, conflicting statements all through this investigation.
Just days before this news conference, police arrested Megan's mom, Angela Boswell, and her boyfriend, William McLeod, on theft of stolen property charges. The two appeared in court days later.
I've told TBI where to find her in Mendota. My mom took her to a campground and a silver camper, and if they don't go tonight, I'm going to go find her myself.
That's Megan on February 24th, telling television cameras her mom took Evelyn camping in Virginia. Police searching that campground.
Lie after lie after lie. You're really telling me that Angela and Will went and picked up a baby saying they're going camping? No. No. And we know it didn't happen because we know where Evelyn was found. She was nowhere around Atlanta, Georgia, Mendota, Virginia, Wilkes County, North Carolina, nothing like that. She had people everywhere.
Evelyn camping in Virginia. Police searching that campground and coming up with nothing.
Many of the false statements that Megan made delayed our investigations and also impeded our investigations on trying to find Evelyn. As a result, she has been charged with false reporting.
The next day, police charged Megan first with false reporting.
At this point, most of you are aware that we've received a number of conflicting, inaccurate statements from the mother, Megan Boswell, Evelyn's mother.
March 2nd, Megan appears for the first time in court and handed a $25,000 bond, but the search continues for her daughter, Evelyn. On Friday, March 6th, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation found remains they believe to be Evelyn's at the Sullivan County property belonging to Tommy Boswell Sr., Evelyn's grandfather.
At this time, the investigation is in the very early stages. There's a lot of work left to be done.
With Megan already behind bars, the investigation continued. Then, on August 19th of 2020, police formally charged Megan Boswell with 2 counts of felony murder in the death of her daughter, Evelyn. Now, what came from this? Tonight, the law in the state of Tennessee requires parents to report their children missing within 24 hours of the last time they saw them. It's called Evelyn's Law, written and passed in the middle of the search for the 15-month-old nearly 5 years ago.
And yes, he's right. There is a law in Tennessee now called Evelyn's Law that if you don't see your child for a little bit, you have to report it to the police. 100%. 100%. All right, they're coming back in.
Oh, damn. Okay. Yep. That case was that.
Okay, they are still on break. Hi, Jerry. How are you doing?
You want to hear more chief stuff or?
No, I'm going to talk about OJ real quick.
Okay.
This is from a channel I absolutely adore. And if you all want, I will turn the camera on and you can see OJ sleeping right now. Greg, I need you to help with this to see if OJ does these things or not.
He does.
You don't know, you haven't seen it.
Black cat. Their glossy coat is paired with a set of golden saucer-like eyes, earning the breed its nickname, the patent leather kid with the new penny eyes. Aside from its exotic looks, the Bombay is an endearing, playful, and agreeable feline. Let's take a look at Bombay Cat Breed 101. Everything you need to know.
Greg, do you find OJ to be agreeable? It's an agreeable feline.
OJ is very friendly. He's a good kitty.
Okay.
I like him.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing that characteristic in him. No, I'm just not seeing that.
Number 13, Bombay cats have a wild side. Much like the Savannah cat or the Bengal cat, the Bombay was bred with the goal of producing a domestic feline with a feral appearance. American breeders crossed sable Burmese with black.
True. Because the first time I met OJ, I was scared shitless. Pat K said when you bug him, Brooks, he's not agreeable. LOL. Well, like right now, my kitty, he's laying on the back of the couch and he's not talking to me, and I'm trying to wake my kitty up.
I can get him.
OJ, wake up. Come on. Come on. You've been asleep for like 5 hours.
Listen.
He's been asleep a long time. It's getting ridiculous around
Mom,
here.
Come here. Oh.
American short.
Front and center, kitty. You're front and center.
Yeah. So anyway, when I first came across OJ, actually, I was scared. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on here? And then next thing you know, I had the screen door open. He walked inside and he was like, I'm here.
Do you know how to blink at your cat?
Blink at OJ?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've showed me that before, Greg, but he doesn't react to me the way he does to you. Okay. I've told you that.
He likes you better.
Okay. Well, I'm not talking about that right now, Greg.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Short hair cats to achieve the Bombay's exotic panther-like look. Their wild cat sway and striking appearance have earned them the nicknames as the Mini Panther and the Parlor Panther. Number 12, they aren't from Bombay. The origins of this breed are credited to American breeder Nicky Horner, who wanted to develop a domestic breed that resembled a black leopard. Ms. Horner began this project in the 1950s, and the first successful.
Does she know what she's done? When you have a Bombay cat, okay? When I took OJ to the vet and they're like, congratulations, it's a boy. And this is a Bombay cat. He's got a chip. He's got everything. And I'm like, what the fuck's a Bombay cat? So I messaged Kat and she goes, oh, they know when they're made of good stuff. I don't think she knows what she was combining, because OJ is a very, very, very entitled, very needy, very selfish kitty cat. He really is. Is he not, Greg?
Hybrid kitten was born in 1965. Horner named the breed Bombay because it resembled the black leopards of that exotic port town in India. Bombays are recognized as an official breed by both the Cat Fanciers Association and the International Cat Association. Number 11, Bombay cats are entirely black. Bombay cats are easily recognized by their shiny, dramatic black coats. But did you know that even their noses and the pads of their paws are black? This trait is not commonly found in other black cats. Just one more feature that makes this breed stand out from the crowd. These medium-sized cats have a dense, muscular build. Their compact bodies are reportedly heavier than they look. Bombay cats are completely black from their ears to the pads on their paws. It's easy for these cats to hide in dark places. When they emerge out of dark alleys, they can startle you. While most Bombays have a tinge of pink on their paws, they have a unique physical appearance that sets them apart. Number 10, Bombay cats like it warm. These sleek kitties are habitual heat seekers. It's not uncommon to find a Bombay resting peacefully near any heat source. They love to curl up on sunny window ledges for warmth, or even better, on top of their human. These sleek, medium-sized cats are habitual heat seekers. It's not uncommon to find a Bombay cat resting peacefully near any heat source. They love to curl up near a sunny window ledge for warmth, or even better, on top of their favorite human. If it's cold outside, you'll most likely find your Bombay in the warmest place in your house. They love to sleep beside a fireplace and feel the warm heat. If you live in a chilly environment, you will need to keep your Bombay cat warm and snuggly indoors. You must guard all the hot heat sources to prevent your cat from painful burns. Number 9, minimal grooming is required.
Well, minimal grooming is actually not correct from this channel, because OJ loves to
He loves being combed.
He loves being combed. He loves it. And we have this roller one where Greg gets his belly all the time. Greg, did you comb his belly today?
And no, I have not. But he loves it.
Well, that's the reason he's all pissed off right now.
Absolutely.
No,
Raven.
you
Absolutely. They're absolutely.
you're the one that did this.
This news will come as a welcome surprise for anyone seeking a low-maintenance cat. The Bombay's fuss-free short hair doesn't require much attention beyond weekly brushing. This breed also sheds less than the average cat. Sounds good to me. Number 8, Bombays are social butterflies. Aptly named Velcro cats, Bombays tend to keep close to their beloved owners.
Okay, we'll come back to that because now they're back in court. And there's my girl right there, and she's got purple on again.
Yeah. I'm going to ask for you to open that back up. Should be brochures from Blowing Rock. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. If you could look into those brochures and see if you anything that indicates a date.
There's a receipt here.
Okay.
The date indicated is January the 19th, 2020.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. That's all I need from that. Thank you. I'm going to ask if you can open that up and see if you can identify it.
Yes, this is like a memory book that says "Hello, Baby" on the front, and it appears to have an ultrasound.
And where was that found?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. At what location?
Hunter's residence.
Okay. Okay. We will ask to be moving that as exhibit number 192.
Any objection?
No objection for our agreement. That's great.
Full exhibit 192.
And what I'm going to do right now is just ask for you to, Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury, just the front of the book? Okay. You could just hold up the front of the book so the jury can see the front of the book, please. Okay. Thank you. And we briefly talked before the break. Is that the book that we were discussing in regards to that interview?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you can pass that back to the clerk. At some point, did the defendant tell you someone other than Ethan
Okay, real quick. If the jury can't see the book, if the jury can't see the memory box, then what good is the jury? You have to have all the information to decide where someone's going to be. They need to see everything. I don't mean gossip. I don't mean speculation. I don't mean Facebook groups. I don't mean any of that. But I'm talking real evidence. They need to see every bit of it. That's the reason I'm so pissed about the Delphi trial, because other people are involved.
Allegedly had Evelyn.
She did, yes.
And who did she allege had Evelyn?
After a period of time, the defendant told us that her mother, in fact, had Evelyn Boswell.
Okay, is that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Her mother's name is Angela Boswell, also referred to as Angel from time to time.
And were you able to locate Angela Boswell?
Yes, she was located
And where was she located?
in Wilkes County, North Carolina.
Okay. Was she with anyone?
She was with a man named William McLeod.
Okay. Did Angela have Evelyn?
No, she did not.
At this point in the investigation, had anything led you to believe that Angela had Evelyn at any point?
No.
Okay. Did you yourself end up going to North Carolina?
Yes, I did.
And why?
To interview Angela Boswell and William McLeod.
Okay. Moving forward a few days, do you remember meeting with Megan Boswell again on February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Who was present for that interview?
Now Lieutenant Matt Price
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
at the sheriff's office.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of that interview?
At that point, we were still speaking with the defendant, trying to get as much information as we could regarding the investigation.
Okay. Had you started developing a timeline at any point?
Yes, that's one thing that we worked on throughout this investigation that is important when you're looking for a missing person to determine their last known whereabouts.
Okay. And were you continually working in and out of the sheriff's department during this time?
Yes.
Did you have a scheduled interview with the defendant on February 25th of 2020?
No, we did not.
Okay. Did you see the defendant that day?
Yes, she showed up at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County?
It is, yes.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you why she showed up that day?
Initially, or throughout talking with her, she gave a couple of different reasons.
Okay. What did she say?
She was concerned about having her body spray returned to her. She was talking about forming a search party to go to an area she kept referring to as Mendota. And she was asking about whether she would be, or whether there would be any issues with tampering with evidence.
Okay. Did she specify why she was concerned about tampering with evidence?
The defendant told us that someone had told her that she might get arrested for tampering with evidence.
Okay. Had law enforcement heard about Mendota?
Yes, the Mendota had been brought up a few times as a possible place to search.
Okay. Did the defendant at this time show you any concern for Evelyn?
She did not.
Do you recall speaking with her in a different manner to try to get her to give you more information about where Evelyn might be?
I'm sorry, could you clarify that for me?
Did you give her any possible scenarios?
Yes, during the interview, that particular February 25th interview, we discussed with her, were there any other possibilities about the whereabouts of Evelyn. For example, was she aware that something happened and wasn't telling law enforcement?
Okay. What do you mean something happened? Can you describe further what you mean by that?
I was specifically asking her about whether Evelyn had any breathing issues, for example, whether she had stopped breathing at some point and the defendant just didn't know what to do and hadn't yet reported that to law enforcement.
Okay. What made you decide to suggest this to her?
There were several reasons. Throughout the investigation, we were consulting with our forensic scientist in the lab, as well as the doctors at the William Jenkins Forensic Center about possibilities in child deaths. And some of the issues that had come up were positional asphyxiation.
Okay. You used the word positional asphyxiation. Is that a word you used with the defendant?
In the interview, I don't think I said those specific words.
Okay. Do you know what word or do you recall what specific words you used?
Specifically, I think I just was asking about whether the victim had stopped breathing.
Okay. So you asked her specifically if Evelyn might have stopped breathing. Were you suggesting an accident, or were you suggesting that it was, for lack of a better word, a homicide at this point?
You know, we were open to all types of theories at that point, but we did want to know whether an accident had occurred sometime in the past and she had done something and just not told us about it at that point.
When you discussed these things with her, did she continue to maintain nothing like that had happened?
She did. She denied that there was ever any breathing issues.
Okay. Did she maintain she told you everything?
Multiple times the defendant had told us that she had told us everything that she knew.
Okay. And do you recall that interview ending?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you recall where that interview took place within the building?
It took place in several parts of the building. At one point, we were upstairs in the sheriff's office, and another point, we had walked the defendant downstairs to essentially escort her out of the building.
Okay. So you walked her down yourself?
I believe now Lieutenant Price was with me.
Okay. When you got to the door, did you see anything outside?
Yes, at that time, the news media was just right outside the front door.
Okay. What did you do when you saw them?
We offered out of a courtesy to the defendants, do you want to go out another door so you don't have to face them?
Okay. And did you, in fact, walk her to a different door?
Yes, we walked her out a side door at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And did you see the defendant after that moment?
Yes.
What
yes,
did you
we
see?
did.
What did you see?
She had walked from that side door back to the front of the building and then gave an interview with the news.
Okay. And looking for Evelyn, how many times did law enforcement search that trailer park where the defendant was living with Evelyn?
I know multiple. I know
A lot of people are questioning who is Evelyn's father. Well, I have been going through Megan Boswell's Facebook, the Maggie Wood Facebook, and many others. I see a lot of dudes she was flirting with, but we know Ethan's not the father and Caleb's not the father because she did not meet Caleb until the spring of 2019. So, I mean, who could her father be? It was said earlier today that they know who Evelyn's father is. My question is, how can a woman not know where her baby came from?
Exactly.
Oh, thank you, Greg. How would Megan not know who she was with? Ethan Perry testified that he was home in the winter of 2018. I found the pictures. He was obviously there for Christmas. Okay. She gave birth November 18th of 2018. I mean, do the math. So after Ethan left, sometime in February, she had sex with someone else. I mean, 9 months, right? Evelyn was totally full term. 7 pounds, 2 ounces. But there's no year-long pregnancy. No.
I was there twice, and I know other law enforcement officers had gone in addition to that.
Anything ever found other than the stroller we've already talked about that was helpful to the investigation?
No.
Okay. Can you please tell us how many law enforcement agencies had been called in to help find Evelyn Boswell?
The specific number, I don't know. However, it was a large amount of law enforcement, essentially all of the TBI resources out of the Johnson City office, several from the Knoxville office, many people from Nashville were helping. I know our aviation unit, several pilots assisted with a plane, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, all of Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and probably every local agency in the greater East Tennessee area. The United States Marshal Service was involved at times. Our partner agency in North Carolina, the State Bureau of Investigation, assisted, along with the Wilkes County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Was a tip line established in order to try to find Evelyn?
Yes, in scenarios like this, we use a tip line, the number being 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Okay. And do you?
Okay, I want to talk about this real quick. Rhonda said Evelyn could have been born. Rhonda B. Dangles said Evelyn could have been born early. They said she was born small.
Nope.
But I mean, 7 pounds, 2 ounces is not small.
Nope.
And being born early certainly would make it where Ethan could not be her father. No way. She would have to get pregnant in February to have a baby in November. I mean, Evelyn had an amazing APGAR score, healthy weight. I mean, she dug up someone. And that's just Megan's self-esteem and selfishness.
You know approximately how many tips came in during that time?
A couple of thousand.
Okay. How does a law enforcement agency determine which leads to follow?
At different times, especially early on in the investigation, we man the tip line with different agents. Different analysts in Nashville are keeping eyes on every tip that go in, and we essentially use our experience and determine which tips.
Rhonda said, I thought she was 5 pounds. What I read, on one of the local channels 7.2, 7 pounds, 2 ounces. DC Primetime said, yeah, my babies were all 7 to 8 pounds. And 5 pounds is not underweight. I mean, there's kids that are born that are like ounces. They don't even have a pound yet. And you're very lucky, DC Primetime. You're very lucky. Because every time I had a baby, it was like a sack of potatoes coming out of me. Big babies.
That maybe we should look at first and try to prioritize them and continue to working them until we can close them and move on to others.
Okay. Are you confident that every credible lead was followed to the end?
Absolutely.
Okay. And were you given leads based on information that Megan Boswell gave you directly? Individuals to look at.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you follow the leads based on information that Megan Boswell gave you?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what, like just one at a time, what was one of those leads that she gave you as to where Evelyn was?
So we got the initial story that Evelyn was with Ethan, and us and other law enforcement agencies and the Army CID essentially eliminated that lead.
Okay. Do you feel confident that you were able to eliminate Ethan as a suspect?
Yes.
Okay. What about Angela Boswell?
Same answer. Yes.
Okay. Did you investigate Angela Boswell?
Yes.
Did you investigate her boyfriend, Will McLeod?
Yes, we did.
Based on your investigation, were you able to confidently eliminate Angela Boswell and Will McLeod as suspects?
We approach.
Sustained. Objection sustained as before.
Okay, I'm going to rephrase the question, okay? Were you able to eliminate Angela Boswell and or Will McLeod, her boyfriend, as suspects in this case?
Yes.
Okay. What about Mendota?
Yes, that area was thoroughly searched by multiple law enforcement agencies, and we never found any bit of information or evidence that linked to that area to Evelyn Boswell.
Can you briefly tell the jury what Megan Boswell had told you about Mendota?
The defendant kept referencing campgrounds in Mendota. I wasn't really sure what she meant at the time, but she kept bringing up, you should go to Mendota. And she just kept bringing it up.
Okay. Was Mendota investigated?
Thoroughly, yes.
Okay. Were you able to locate anything of importance to this investigation in Mendota and or at a campground in Mendota?
No, nothing.
Okay. Pass your document. Ask if you can identify it.
Yes, I recognize this.
Okay. What is it?
This is an application for applying for a residence at Overlook Apartments.
Okay. And can you tell us why you looked at Overlook Apartments?
We were given information that the defendant had applied to live there with her boyfriend.
Okay. Her boyfriend.
Hunter Wood.
Okay. And is that something that was collected from Overlook Apartments?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what was collected from Overlook Apartments?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask that be. Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay.
Objection was withdrawn.
We would ask that be admitted as exhibit number 193.
Before exhibit 190.
And permission to publish. Okay. Oops. Okay. Is this the application you were just talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when they were looking, or does this say, when were they looking to try to get an apartment at Overlook Apartments?
January the 4th, 2020.
Did you learn how many occupants that the defendant and were you present for the search of that shed/outbuilding?
Yes.
Okay. Were you also present for the search of the playhouse on the property?
Yes.
And were you aware of whose playhouse that was?
Yes. It was the playhouse of the defendant.
Okay. If I could please have shown exhibits number 13, 14, 16, and 17, or just if I could have this passed to me, please. 13, 14, 16, 17. Thank you. These have already been admitted into evidence. First, exhibit number 13. Is it? Okay, I just made it worse. There we go. Okay. Is that how the playhouse appeared as you looked inside?
Yes.
Had anything been moved yet?
No.
Anything you noticed at first glance about this space?
Yes. A lot of the area in the back of the playhouse was covered in dirt, dust, debris, spiderwebs, and there were several items just right inside the door that it appeared they were placed in the playhouse more recently.
Okay. In which says just a second. This photo, exhibit number 14, again, how does that appear to you upon first glance when you went to that scene?
That's just a better photograph showing all of the dirt, debris, or other things on top of the belongings in there.
Okay. And then last, I'm going to show you exhibit number 17. Had anything been moved prior to this photograph being taken?
No.
And if you look closely, it's hard to tell. Can you see the black trash bag in this photo?
Yes.
Okay. And again, were you present when the trash bag was removed?
Yes.
Okay. Is this trash bag the way it appeared prior to law enforcement taking it out of the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hold on to 17 for just a second. So you stated, I'll put this one back up for just a second. You just stated that a few items appeared out of place. Can you tell the jury or use your pointer on which items you are talking about?
These trash bags
Okay.
right here
Mm-hmm.
and this trash can.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why did those appear out of place to you?
'Cause they weren't covered with any dirt or dust or spider webs.
Okay. So based upon that, does did law enforcement make the decision to look closer at some of the items in the playhouse?
Yes.
And which items were looked at closer?
The trash can and the trash bags.
Okay. And who in particular went to take a look at the trash can?
Agent Fraley.
Okay. Is that Brian Fraley with the TBI?
That's correct.
And did you witness Agent Fraley do this?
Yes.
What did you, we're going to do this kind of in steps. What did you see Agent Fraley do first?
Just reach in for the trash can.
Okay. And does he pull anything out of the trash can at some point?
Yes.
What does he pull out?
Initially, the bags that were on top.
Okay. And did you notice anything at the time that he pulled the bag on top?
Yes.
What did you notice?
A couple of things. There was some, did it look like flesh in a sort of this part of either an elbow and an arm or the part of a knee and a leg, and noticed immediately the smell of human decomposition.
Okay. Had you noticed that smell prior to that trash bag being removed?
No.
Okay. And again, in looking at this photo, actually, I'll pass that back up. If I could please have number 18 and 19 and 42, please. Okay, this has been previously admitted. With this photo, is that what you were just referencing a few moments ago?
Yes.
Is that before or after the black trash bag was removed?
This photo would have been taken after.
Okay. So now, did you think that was a baby's leg?
Initially, when I first saw it, I really thought that it might have been a baby doll. It looked like an antique, kind of a flesh color, and it was, it's hard to describe the look of the skin, but it almost did not look real. It had a
You are so right, Jody. Jody said, I hate to say this, but winter kept the smell at bay for a while. Yes, it did. When you have colder temperatures, especially compacted, the way Evelyn was put into the trash can, then yes, that's why no one could smell. I know some people question, why could no one hear her struggling? Easy. She's a baby. She's a baby.
like a shine to it. And as you can tell, it's at least getting dark at this point. We're in the evening, in the wintertime, and we're shining flashlights on it. So I specifically remember that it had like just kind of a shine to it. And initially I thought, is that a baby doll?
Okay. And you said it was dark when you were doing this?
Yes.
Okay. Did you determine that it was not a baby doll?
It was immediately apparent.
Okay. And at that point, what did law enforcement decide to do?
We sort of paused at that point and decided we needed to call some other people in. We made a decision on who was going to perform that search and how it was going to be performed.
Okay. And who did you call in?
Well, we called the forensic center. We would have been calling various supervisors for the relative agencies that were on site.
Okay. And did you remove any items from the playhouse once those individuals arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you remove?
The trash can and the trash bags.
Okay. Bucket C 42. Did I already ask for that one? I'm sorry. And I'm going to be asking for 22 through 27 in a second, if that helps. Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 42. Now, are these items still inside or are they outside the playhouse at this point? Can you tell, or do I need to?
Could I? It might help if I. There, that helps a little bit.
As far as it goes. It's a little dark on the screen. Would
It
you like to
is.
see the exhibit
Yes, yes,
or
that
the
would
photograph
help.
itself?
That's much better.
22 through 27. Are you able to tell if that is inside or outside the playhouse?
It's just outside the playhouse on a like a perch or a porch area.
Okay. I could have that passed back for just a moment. Okay. And at this point, is Evelyn's body still inside that trash can?
Yes.
Did law enforcement start the process of removing Evelyn from the trash can?
Yes, we did.
Did that take place there? Or did it take place at the forensic center?
Removing the items
body
in the trash can.
Yes.
It took place there on scene.
Okay. I'll show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 22. Is this the start of that process?
Yes.
Can you please use your pointer and show us where Evelyn's head would be located in this photograph? Let's see.
I was pointing it the wrong way. It would be down in this area.
Okay. So essentially she was head down in the trash bag. Is that right?
That's correct.
Objection, Cliff Roach.
Sustained. General, you can rephrase.
Okay. Was Evelyn in this trash bag?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Evelyn's head?
Are you wanting me to point or no? In this area.
Okay. Can you tell me, well, that's all I need on that one. Okay. Okay. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a continuation of the photographs that were being taken at the time I was taking the photographs.
Okay.
You can see the continued process of removing the contents from the trash can.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of how that looked on that date?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 194. Permission to publish. Okay. Can you tell the jury in particular what you noticed about the trash bag here, if anything?
Yes, this is a really good representation to show how the bag was packed down in the can. As you can see, essentially the outline of the can. The bag has maintained the shape when being pulled out of the can.
Okay. This has already been previously admitted as number 24. Can you tell us what we are looking at here?
This is a continued photograph in the process of removing the items from the bag.
Okay. Is Evelyn in that bag?
Yes.
Can you tell us where her head is located?
Do you want me to use the pointer?
Yes, please.
It would be down in this area here.
Can you tell me what's depicted in this photograph?
This is the body of Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. And can you tell us what we're looking at here? Using the pointer if you need to.
Could you be more specific?
What are we looking at?
Okay. So again, the body is inside of these contents or this blanket. Right here is a blanket. It's grayish, and you can really start to see it's a little difficult to see on the screen with what it's doing with the colors, but right in this area, you're beginning to see the outfit that Evelyn has on. And in addition to that, you're beginning to see the shape of the head of Evelyn right here. And this is aluminum foil that is formed around the victim's head.
Okay, y'all, he's about to show a picture of the aluminum foil around Evelyn's head.
I don't want to see that.
I don't know if we're going to see it on court TV. I'm not asking you, Greg. I'm not asking you. Either way, you can find it somewhere online, because what they have testified to over and over and over is that she was still alive, and they could still the impression of her face on the foil.
Previously marked exhibit number 26. Can you tell the jury what we are seeing here?
This is a photograph of the trash bag after Evelyn's body was removed from the trash bag.
Okay. Again, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Here's the pointer.
Mm-hmm.
This picture, you can see again, the victim is lying here, this being the shape of the head. This is the trash bag. She had just been removed. And at the bottom of the bag were trash contents.
Okay. So what was anything else in that bag that had been removed?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You've got a bag there full of food debris. Was anything else located in that bag other than that food debris?
Along with the things that were already removed.
What else had been removed?
The blanket with the body and the aluminum foil.
So Evelyn's body was in that bag?
Yes.
Okay. Please, 34 and 40.
Okay, another creator is sharing the pictures from the courtroom to this person's Patreon. I personally don't want to see them. I don't like disturbing images. I don't like anything disturbing like that. I get the gist, you know, when people explain what happened. I don't need to see it. And I'm really tired of that kind of stuff. You know, Evelyn deserved better.
I'll show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 34. Can you tell the jury what they are seeing here?
Yes, you can really start to see the outline of the body at this point, of the body of Evelyn, which right here is the head with the blanket formed to the head. This is the outfit. That is Evelyn's hand. And this is a blanket that is wrapped around Evelyn.
Okay, can you tell us where Evelyn's face is located?
It would be right in this area.
Okay. And I'm going to show you one more, previously marked as exhibit number 40. Can you tell the jury what they are looking at here?
Yes, here I was focusing in on the trash can specifically for this item,
Okay.
which was a piece of gum that was stuck to the side of the trash can.
And was that collected?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. After Evelyn's body had been taken out, what was done with the foil, if anything?
The foil was collected and ultimately sent to the TBI lab, initially in Knoxville, and later on it was sent to our lab in.
Okay, hold on. Barb Murray has a question. Barb Murray said, question, can she be found guilty of just the false statements? If so, what amount of time would she be looking at? The false statements, basically in any state, would be her time served. She be done and over. What we're looking at right now is murder, first-degree murder.
Nashville.
Okay. Okay. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph taken later at the Knoxville lab of the aluminum foil that was collected.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the foil that was collected from the body of?
So Barb asked, she said, so all or nothing? No, not all. Not anywhere near that. They're going to find her guilty of lying. They probably will find her guilty of murdering Evelyn.
Yep.
So it's not all or nothing. It just can't be packaged that way in this county. Barb said the state has obviously met its burden for the false statements. What do you mean the burden? I already said she's been in jail for 5 years. That would be enough right there. They're going for murder. There's a lot of charges.
Evelyn Boswell.
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 195.
Really?
And permission to publish.
Okay, Barb, girl, I love you. But what is a reasonable doubt? What are you talking about? Have you been watching the trial? Have you heard everything?
Did bitch
Have you
kill
listened?
her daughter?
Have you listened to the
really?
forensics?
Really?
Have you listened to everything? So, I mean, a reasonable doubt to you might be different than me.
Doubt. Stupid ass.
Okay, let's just get back to it. I just want it cleared up.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at here?
Yes, this is different sheets of aluminum foil. They were stretched out as best that I could without damaging them. And I stretched them out onto a large table at the Knoxville lab and photographed them.
And were those also collected as evidence?
Yes, they were collected that night, and at the time they were at the Knoxville lab, and I believe shortly after that were sent to the Nashville lab.
After Evelyn's body was processed there at Muddy Creek, where did her body go?
It was taken to the forensic center in Johnson City.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that?
For Dr. Schmidt to complete an autopsy.
Okay. Did you ever receive confirmation that the remains found in the playhouse were those of missing baby Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't know if this is a good place to stop. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've reached the end and we're going to stop for today. I want to admonish you not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial.
Okay, they are done for the day. Shoo. One thing after another. I think we learned a lot today. But I hope you all have a great rest of your Saturday. And if you're not a member, please consider being a member because we have a big Super Bowl party tomorrow. Okay? Barb Murray said, I want to see the internet searches. We're not to that point yet. Chrissy said, go Chiefs. That's what I'm talking about. All right, y'all enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Thank you for being here. And it's ridiculous what's going on. Ridiculous. But you guys are the best.